What is going on, guys? Whoo! Someone said something about a real estate coach. That's me. Let's get into it, guys. Let's just jump right in. Right at the top, as always, buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. That is an incredible way to comment. Okay. Listen, I hate the dissertations. Okay. When people are just writing all out novels like they're Stephen King, but also you don't have to use these codes. It seems like people with super chats, it's like they have 15 characters and they're like CO, BC, CC, IC, UC, we all see for ice cream, ? And I'm like, I don't really know what they just said. I don't fully know. Happens all the time. But with the Buy Me a Coffee, with the Buy Me a Coffee app site, it helps tremendously. Let me go ahead and pin that as you do when you're Coach Colin and it's morning time. You pin it right away. That's what you do. Okay. And it's done. It's done. Let's jump right in. You guys know what we're going to go to next. Spotify. I have to announce it. I always have to announce it. Thank you so much for the support on Spotify. Again, as you guys know, all the videos that you see on the channel, every single one is going to be uploaded here on Spotify as well. It's a just in case type of thing, but it's also, if you prefer to view things on Spotify, you have that ability. And you can use Buy Me a Coffee, and your stuff will still be read on the show. I mean, what are we talking about here? Sounds like an infomercial. Sounds like an infomercial. And this is the thing with Buy Me a Coffee. Can you go ahead and tell me what you're going to say, Grace? Well, with Buy Me a Coffee, you can write as much as you need, and you can even do a nice video if you feel like it, whether you got a neck brace on or you're just delivering mail like AC. You can do whatever you need to. Go ahead and drop a Buy Me a Coffee, okay? It's just a nice cup of coffee, All right. Settle in. Everybody jump into your chairs. Jump into your chairs, guys. Let's go. Everybody jump in your chair.
All right, folks. So I got to tell you.
There you go. Jump in your chairs just like that. Just like that. Oh, for those of you that didn't see it yesterday, just hop right in your chair that's just too high for you because you're 5'6". Go ahead, jump in your chair.
All right, folks. So I got to tell you, I think that Candace.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump right into your chair, everybody. Everybody, whether you're on the couch or you're in the office or you just, wherever you're at, just jump right into your chair. Go ahead and jump right in.
All right,
guys.
folks. So I got to tell you,
just hop right into your normal size chair. Let your feet dangle and pull yourself in real close so you can hear what we're going to talk about today. Just jump right in your chair, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and just jump right in your chair.
So I got to tell you, I think that Candace Owens.
There you go. Whether you're from the region of Kandahar, Texas, Wisconsin, wherever you're from the Midwest, from the South, from the East, wherever you're from, go ahead and just hop right into your chair. Whether you're 5'6" or you're 6'1", just go ahead and just hop right into your chair, ladies and gentlemen. Someone said, let's see it one more time.
All right, folks. So I got to tell you,
I think that you just hop right in your chair and it's all good. It's all good. Hop right in your chair. Let your feet dangle and stay for a while. Anyway, just hop right in and don't get too surprised when we start what we're going to start looking into here. All right. Try and compose yourselves a little bit. You don't want to get too out of sorts here. Okay. A lot of the stuff I might show you might have you reacting like this. I'm just saying it might have you reacting just like this. The things that we go over. It's a high hilarity outfit. I mean, it's just compose yourself. You might just end up like this as you're watching the show. I mean, I'm just warning you guys. That's all it is. Let's move on, guys. Let's move on. Just so you know, Andrew Wilson, a lot of people didn't realize when he said what he said about women, it's completely okay because his wife completely backs it. She says he calls all women retarded, including me. There you go. I mean, done deal. Done deal. I didn't realize. I'm glad she straightened that out for us. I really, really glad she straightened that out for us. So I guess it's okay. And he's actually joined the crew of of ladies, R-word ladies, the millions and millions and millions, perhaps even billions of R-worded ladies. He's actually joined in an attempt to debate Candace Owens again. He's just jumped in as well, so there you go. He's actually going to be trying to debate Candace Owens once again. He's going to call himself Andrea. I think this plan just might work. It just might work. Looks very pretty, I have to say. I like his hair. And he has joined the girl boss feminist icon ranks, ladies and gentlemen. So Candace better realize what's happening. Someone get this to Candace immediately. Andrea is going to be knocking on her door, asking for a debate. You know, I'm not Andrew. I'm Andrea. And I think that we should debate. There's certain things we have to talk about. And this will be round 2. What did you say? Did you say round 2? I just meant, never mind what I meant. I just have mom brain. You know how it is. Oh my goodness. I meant round 1. This is just going to be a fun debate. Let's go. All right. Going to be knocking on her door. Oh, look at you. What's your name? Is your name George? Oh, aren't you a tall drink of water? Never seen anyone like you before. Oh, your accent's wonderful. My name's Andrea. Can I come inside your house? Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Steven Crowder is also trying to sneak into Candace's house. Some people are very meanly saying that he's dressing up like Andrew's wife. Insulting, not necessary. He is his own woman. Okay? He's his own woman, Mr. Crowder. Stephanie Crowder, as she calls herself. And they just want to come in. Right? Andrea needs a camera woman. This is her camera woman. What's the big deal? I don't understand what the big deal is. Anyways. And Patrick Bet David the whole time is just staring at him. And Patrick Bet David the whole time is just staring at him like this, you know, just like, what is going on here? He's moderating the next debate. I'm Andrea. Hello, is your name Patrick? He's just like, what's going on here? Listen, I didn't get paid enough dollars to be going through this right now. I'm pretty sure I saw Steven Crowder in the control room. He said his name was Stephanie. Now I see Andrew. He's saying he's Andrea. I didn't get enough dollars for this. And then I show up and I'm dressed. I have a battle bun in and I'm like, hello, I'm Candace Owens. Candace is just upstairs with her kids. I'm Candace Owens. I'm here for the debate. Have you transferred my money yet? Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's get into it, guys. Candace finally discusses the debate. She was discussing it here and there, as you guys all saw. She was discussing it while she was on X. I tried to bring you as much as I could, but she finally talks about all of it. Yeah, that was my opening statement, by the way. They're a little different than Barron's, a little bit, whatever. I mean, you know, they're pretty similar, same amount of information, I would say. But anyway. You know, no need to compare. Yeah, someone said she made, Mike Riley says she made $418 during that awkward silence. What is it, 416, 418? It was a lot of money. It was a lot of money just to be quiet, you know? It's not often that that guys can offer that much money for a lady to be quiet. I'm just saying. Boom, boom. I'm here all week up until Thursday. Then we and we take the weekend off. But I mean, I'm just saying, it's a lot of money to just offer, just for her to be quiet. It seems like he actually got a bargain. Oh, already it's telling me that I can't do things. I really do have to set up my new computer, guys. I really do. I mean, it's getting way out of hand. It's already telling me, hey, you can't play videos. It's already telling me that. Why? Is it because I brought up Andrea? What's the big deal? It's Andrea. Hey, listen, Andrea doesn't mind. Andrea Wilson, she doesn't mind at all. No relation to Andrew Wilson. Jeez, getting bent out of shape here. It's all good. We come right back, guys. Hope everybody's been good. Yeah, I really do got to get on it. I don't have time. I really don't have time. We got a lot of different things going on. And by we, I mean my family. So we got a bunch of stuff that we have to do. As soon as I'm done, I have to get to it. So it sucks. But I'll set it up soon. It's sitting right here. And it costs money. It wasn't like, oh, this computer is like $1,000 or something like that. Dollars. It was more. It was considerably more. So I really should be setting it up. I have a monitor here. Look at the monitor. It's right here. Look at it. It's huge. It's twice the size of the laptop screen. It's gigantic. And I got to get another laptop before I go to Italy. What are we doing? Oh my gosh, it turned on. Whatever. Fine. Anyways, always prepared. Let's jump in, guys. Let's share this. Let's get into Candace Owens and everything that she covered. The first thing I'm going to touch on for sure. Now, what I'm going to be going through, I'm going to look at Candace's episode and everything, but then we're going to go through Officer Tatum and him covering the debate. Because I started realizing some things, especially from one thing that Lainey said as she was pulling up a bunch of timestamps for me in that whole thing. She was talking about how Officer Tatum seemed lifeless inside of that video. And he really did. And then I saw another video from Andrew that kind of made me start connecting things. Very interesting stuff. But let's do the review first. Then we're going to get into Officer Tatum. Then we're going to get into Andrew and his crash out in his stream that he deleted. And there's actually more that's happened with Andrew. So we'll get into that in a second. But let's start it off with Candace. Candace, we call this segment I Feel Disrespected. Let's go.
Let me just express to you all that I truly feel disrespected. Can I say that? I feel disrespected because there is no organization that knows better than Turning Point USA does, that I was trained to debate by Charlie Kirk, cross country, across too many college campuses. I mean, just hours and hours and hours while we were traveling, note cards, learning how to debate, what not to do. And so it's just like, how dare they? How dare they send me Andrew Wilson? Really, this is the new person that's coaching the students. This is who you think is going to take me down. Goes into TPUSA headquarters in June, comes out, and suddenly he thinks that, I don't know, he's a billionaire, dropping my name. Oh, she's too afraid to debate me. Okay, let me give you guys a little bit of a backstory here. You should just know what happened leading up to this, because it just will give you a better sense of what the organization has become. What we all notice is nothing to do with who Charlie was. And I think understanding the lead up to this moment, lead up to the great debate, I really do think that it will help.
I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me go closer. Andrew does not look happy. I wish I could zoom in on Andrew's face. Andrew does not look happy in that picture at all. Yeah, Daisy, you didn't know I'm on a laptop? I've been on a laptop. This laptop took me from 160 subscribers to 360,000 subscribers. Are you kidding me? This laptop's nuts. And I had it before then too. Oh yeah, this laptop's the one. I mean, you talk about goats. This laptop's the goat. You have no idea. But Andrew does not look happy in that picture. Not at all. Very nervous, I would think, it's a beautiful. I've zoomed in on his face. Oh yeah, if you zoom in yourself, If you zoom in yourself, you will see Patrick Bet-David looks extremely confused. Like he's just like, I just kind of realized that I'm not getting paid to be here. I know I said I won't take any money, but I just assumed it would still be wired to me. So I kind of need those dollars. I mean, I know we're live streaming here, but I kind of need those dollars, you know? I love that impression. It's so bad, but I love it. I don't care.
Furnish the answer of the strategy that Erika Kirk employs as the new CEO and leader. Now, I am not in any way exaggerating when I say that I have never in my life, amongst friend or foe organizations, dealt with a more unprofessional team than Andrew's team in my entire career, ever, anywhere, leading up to them arriving at my house. So foremost, just to back it up, you will recall that Andrew Wilson demanded that I publicly negotiate the terms of the agreement on X. He wanted to tweet back and forth. It was excruciating. He wanted to make sure that I couldn't change the terms. I was like, why don't we take this onto email? We could just go back and forth. He's like, no, this must be negotiated publicly, please. So he literally refused to email like a normal human being until we agreed to the debate claim, until we agreed to the format, 3.5 hours minimally, until I accepted that. And that took about a day and a half of nonstop back forth, which to me is quite childish. And we agreed, of course, that he could also bring a video guy because he was paranoid to ensure that there were no surprises, like we were going to do some sort of a gotcha here. Like, who is in his ear just telling him that any of this is necessary? I don't know, but I did find out. We also agreed, as you saw publicly, that he could bring his own fact checkers. Essentially, he's coming with a party of 4. We agreed that he could pick the moderator, et cetera, et cetera. We basically folded on everything because I just said, I'm down for this debate. And then once it was excruciatingly and publicly negotiated and we are finally able to move to discussions behind the scenes, we start an email chain, I am provided with no identity as to who I am communicating with. We're basically emailing the quote unquote crucible team. I'm like, who is this? Who am I speaking with? Why is there no name behind the emails? Even when we asked, who am I speaking to? They're just being shady for no reason. It's like a faceless email chain. We have all of our names on there, so they know exactly who's calling the shots, who's being looped in. We've got nothing. So whoever this anonymous email person or people were, they then declare that they would like a contract and an escrow account for the funds. Okay. Not totally off the mark, but
this is very weird. So we all know, I mean, if you watch the episode, spoiler alert, it was Crowder's guy, the guy who has CEO in his CEO in his bio on X. I never really understood why. I was always like, CEO of what? Like, what are you the CEO of? But yeah, I guess he's the CEO of, Crowder, Louder with Crowder, CEO of the company, I guess. I don't know. I find it weird that a podcaster needs a CEO, but I guess you can say it's a media company. But you find out it's them. So now he's saying, I should say Candace is saying, they said they need an escrow account. Well, that's just weird, right? You know why that's weird? Because who's paying? Who paid at that point? Did Andrew pay at that point? Did Andrew handle the payment? They just said, okay, just like who handled that payment now that we know that Crowder was involved? And let me tell you something, Crowder, Turning Point, Daily Wire, Crowder, bad blood with Daily Wire, of course, but the way that they're connected is through Turning Point. Both of them have, I would say, good ties with Turning Point. Maybe not that apparent to people, but they both have very good ties with Turning Point. So it's very weird. It makes you wonder who is actually making this payment, because now all of a sudden you can think to yourself, maybe Crowder himself paid for it. They definitely have the money. I mean, say what you want about Crowder. I mean, he has a beast of a company that he's established, or a beast of a channel, whatever you want to call it, media company. So he could easily have someone said I'm CEO too. Yeah. I mean, so am I. I am. Worst CEO ever, but still I am. Crowder's Canadian. He's not Canadian, or maybe he is. I don't know. He has citizenship for sure. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going here. Where are we at? Where is it? There it is.
It's going to be hard, not exactly easy to find a bank that approves an escrow account, open it, get lawyers involved by Friday. That's what I'm thinking. They then indicate that they're okay if it's my lawyer's account. Okay, fine. I have my lawyer begin drafting a very simple contract, which basically spells out exactly what we've agreed to publicly. And suddenly we receive an email from the Crucible team essentially saying, never mind, Joe Rogan has now made an offer to host this discussion down in Texas. So, and I'm quoting this changes everything. Let's just blow up the negotiations. Let's blow up everything that we made you painfully agree to publicly, because Joe Rogan will reach more people than your platform. Now they're asking me to travel to Texas. They offer me a luxury car to accommodate my pregnancy. And I say no. I say no, unless Joe would like to come to Nashville, because it does not change everything. It actually changes nothing. And I'm not going to deal. It's already been a painful process. I'm not taking myself through that again, plus pushing the date back and having to be in communication with this team for weeks on end because you're a fan of Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan.
It's very weird. You know, she just said they offered a luxury car. I guess because she can't fly or she doesn't want to fly. I don't know. I wouldn't want my wife flying at seven and some odd weeks, months of being pregnant. I wouldn't want that. People say you can, but I'm just like, I don't know about all that. Just the pressure and whatnot. It's like, why risk it? Like, why? It's your kid. It's your kid. But a luxury car to drive from Tennessee to Austin, Texas. Me and my wife make that drive. We've made that drive a few times. We drive up and down. We drive all sorts of places all the time. That's not like a quick drive. It's not super quick. It's not 24 hours, but it's not luxury car. I'm gonna sit back and listen to a podcast and I'm done type of thing. I don't know about that. And they're gonna give her the car. They're gonna give her the car, and the driver's gonna roll up and he's gonna be like, "Hello, shalom. Shalom, jump in. Hi, my name is Bibi." No, it doesn't stand for anything. No, come. Yalla, in the back. Come, yes, you Candace. Oh, nice to meet you. Yes. Come in the back. Come in the back. Car just drives off a cliff. Can't trust that car. Now that you know who was involved with the whole thing, definitely can't trust that car. Yeah, exactly. They be yanking and banking everywhere. They be yanking and banking, flipping and flopping. Right? Doing the old Harpole special, door open, somebody holding somebody else, Frank in the trunk praying. Kind of you kidding me? You don't want that. That'd be crazy. Anyway, we'll play a little bit more of this and let's jump to the next clip here.
But I only had two conditions here, right? Everything else we've conceded to. I said I don't want to travel, not because I can't travel pregnant. I do. I can and I do travel pregnant. I just don't want to travel to this ankle biter who's up there saying, "I'll do it on your platform." Okay, put your money where your mouth is. The other condition I had was no smoking, no traveling. Anyway, they finally let that go. And I respectfully declined. And when Joe reached out, he was very nice about it, totally understanding. Andrew then calls PBD and asks him to moderate because Michael Knowles said that he wasn't going to moderate. I immediately said, give me your second, third, fourth option so we can start reaching out to people. Andrew reached out to PBD. And around this time, the quote unquote Crucible team begins renegotiating what we've already publicly agreed to, asserting that they want to have a guaranteed 90 minutes to basically sit me through a deposition where he can just go at me and ask me questions, and I have to answer his questions about things that I have said outside of our debate claims. Now, we've already addressed that publicly, and I said no. I said, I'm happy to answer your questions once we have exhausted our debate claims, but we're not going to have you sitting down and deposing me. I actually recommended via email. Again, I said, if you want that to happen, you're going to have to pass the bar and join Brigitte Macron's prosecution team against me. If that's what you're aspiring to do, sit me down for a deposition, you have to become a lawyer and join.
If you want to do a deposition, you have to actually become a lawyer. You actually That's what you have to do. Andrew would have been like, that's no problem. I was actually a lawyer. Rachel would be like, yeah, he was a lawyer. He was a lawyer for years. It was while he was a sniper. He did it at the same time. He was training to be a lawyer while he was a sniper. He's a gunsmith and a Freemason. He's been to all sorts of Diddy parties, all sorts of things, you know. He's basically Forrest Gump, you know. He's just done everything, been everywhere. But anyway, let's move on to the next part here. And that's pretty crazy. But I mean, you know, I get it. For Andrew, it's like, let's get her on Joe Rogan. I haven't minced my words about how I feel Joe handled the whole thing. I think it's very suspect. Why does Joe Rogan even pop up in the conversation? If they have this moderator in mind, like, you know, I don't know. It just didn't make sense. All of a sudden they want her to travel. They've already agreed to the stipulation that they're not going to travel. She's going to come to her. Joe Rogan changes everything. Honestly, I don't think it's because of his platform. I think it's because of how he would have handled it. I think that he would have allowed Andrew to do what Andrew wanted, and he wouldn't have been as neutral as people think. That's what I think, just based on the fact he's been on the show 2 times in the last 6 months. It doesn't make any sense why he allowed Andrew to say all of this nonsense. I mean, it's just weird. It's weird. It seemed like some kind of pay for play thing. That's what it seems like to me, unless they're just really good friends behind the scenes, which, okay, maybe that is possible. But I feel like he wasn't going to be as neutral as it seems. And then all of a sudden, when Andrew's gone, he's just like, you know what? He was sitting with his friends. I saw the clip. I'm going to make a video about it. You know what? I'm actually leaning towards Candace Owens. It's like, why didn't you say that when you were in front of Andrew? What's going, what? Some people are like, whoa, did you see? He said he's kind of leaning towards Candace. And all that comes to mind for me is just like, you didn't say that when you're in front of Andrew. So was Andrew like, did he pay? I would love to know. Did he pay to be on that podcast? They're throwing around money. If you're throwing around $300K, you might as well just throw down, I don't know what it costs to be on Joe Rogan's show. 200,000, 100,000. I don't know. Might as well throw it down. Anyway, let's go to the next. Let's go to the next clip here, you know. And I know you guys, I do have to replace that picture. I know. You know, old habits die hard, man. I got an old computer here. I got my first camera here. You know, I have all these old things. I love them. All the pictures I've ever painted are just on the wall. You know, I know I got to get rid of it. I know. Ah, man, you know, end of an era. Anyway, let's jump over to the next clip here where she is talking about the faceless people as she learns who they are.
PM the night before, 9:15 p.m. the night before the debate, with a follow-up email sent at 11:15 p.m. And still, at no point will they identify who the 4 people are, despite the fact that we asked multiple times in email and via text, who are you bringing into my home where my children lie their head? So it's now debate day. We still get no answers, no identity of who they're bringing. They want to surprise us. That's very apparent. And I just want to say, I cannot comprehend how degenerate and disrespectful you have to be to do that. I would never do that to anybody, no matter how I felt about them. So we just made sure that they were not welcomed through the front door. We normally just welcome everybody through the front door. Instead, they had to go through the back, through the basement door, because why would I allow anyone to be so unnecessarily disrespectful? And then we figure out why. And then it starts to make sense, because he shows up with Steven Crowder's team. Steven Crowder's producer, CEO, regular on-air talent feature, who spends all day mean tweeting me. He's actually like the CEO of whatever it is Steven Crowder thinks he does anymore. If you don't know who Steven Crowder is, he's basically a child actor who never stopped being a child actor, 40-year-old man, and he just likes to prank people. And this is exactly his brand of just doing something this disrespectful for no reason. And I mean, when I say disrespectful, and I'm not even like Gerald Morgan is who he brought with him. He was not rude to me, but could you imagine, okay, that despite me detailing why we wanted no filming outside of this studio and saying, you can film in the studio, Gerald decided to do a live call-in from my kids' playroom just outside the studio. It was one of the reasons we said no smoking. We made it clear to them my children's playroom, which is the garage area, is just outside and you can't smoke cigarettes. All of this was made clear. This was their big plan, is to get views for Steven and to disrespect me. You can go back. And so I still am just amazed that this is something that like grown men would be plotting and planning for clicks and views. It's so disgusting. But at the very least, it allowed me to understand why there was so much paranoia, why there was all this weird communication, all this unnecessary scheming, because that's his brand. That is literally his brand. He's just not an honest dealer. He's a part of that bizarre group of middle-aged men who are fixated with me. I just never have been interested in Steven Crowder. I genuinely, I don't follow his stuff. I've never been on his show. That brand of never growing up and thinking that it's funny to do like pranks and it's grow up, His brand sort of crashed and burned when he was caught on a doorbell cam berating his 8-month pregnant, now ex-wife, when she was pregnant with twins, and he never really recovered from that. And so
I remember that. That is wild behavior to do that. But again, even more so than it just being wild and disrespectful, it's very sneaky, very odd. And why is Andrew using that team? Andrew has a YouTube channel. Andrew goes live. It seems like he has people, right? He was talking about having Crucible debaters. He was talking about having a Crucible team. So why would you then have to use Crowder's team? And why would the CEO? This is what I mean why it's like weird he's called a CEO. Because why would the CEO be showing up? Even if it is Crowder's team. Why would a CEO be showing up of all people? And then on top of that, actually film, I guess she said from the playroom, actually film something live. I mean, this is exactly what Tim Pool was doing. He's in the same group as like Tim Pool. When she's talking about these group of people, and she's talking about people that are like obsessed with her and attacking her. But he is in that same weird group. And Tim gave a breakdown of what is outside of her house. He gave a breakdown of what the fence looked like, how many security people are there, all of those things. Rob McCoy gave a breakdown of where that pastor he was talking to lived and how far away he lived from Candace Owens. So he gave that part. And now we have this guy who actually was, I guess it sounded like in the house. She says from the playroom. So sounds like he was in the house and he's showing a part of the house. And then we have a group chat that's trying to find pictures of her kitchen based on an interview with Russell Brand. You see what I mean? It's very weird. Very weird, everything that they're trying to do here. Very, very weird. He was questioning Gerald live on the layout of the house. Whoa. Who was doing that? Hippie Vibe Tribe? Who was doing that? Crowder? If it's Crowder, then of course I missed it. I don't watch Crowder. I never really have, I always respect when somebody builds something like really big because I know how hard it is to do, but I don't always watch, like I watch Officer Tatum even today more than I watch Crowder. Cause I don't like the joke. The jokes aren't that good. It's different. Yeah. Cause I cook too, it's like when there's two chefs, it's like, I don't really like the way that guy cooks. I feel like your boy's jokes are better. Okay. The world hasn't noticed yet, but you know what I mean? So it's like, I see the jokes and I'm like, those jokes aren't that good. You're kind of like Gutfeld. You got a little Tonight Show vibe. Those jokes aren't too good. That's just me. But I'm picky. I'm picky about jokes. Kind of, also I make jokes about prolapse booty holes. That's because of Officer Tatum. That's not my actual taste. Okay. That's because of Officer Tatum. You guys know the whole universe. You know the lore. Not my friend. But was Crowder doing it? I got thrown off there. Where's Hippie Vibe at? I wish I could just DM people. I wish I could just pull this person up live. I wish I could just click this and just make it call them on YouTube. I would do it in a heartbeat. I would love to know. Laney, you're here. If that is a thing, see if Crowder talking to Gerald is his name. See if there is a clip, or we can find so someone said yes, it was Crowder. Okay. Oh, that's Hippie. Thank you, Hippie. So yes, Crowder. See if we can find that where Crowder is trying to discuss the layout of her house. See if we can find that at all. That would be great to actually find. Creepy, but Garold. His name's Garold. I thought it was Gerald. Sorry. I mispronounce things all the time. You guys know that. That's just me. Anyway, let's keep going here.
I guess the way that he thought he would recover is by plotting against another very pregnant person to sort of like break into her house in a weird way. And like, so you could have inside scoop on a debate rather than just maturely emailing and saying, like, why would you sneak into someone's house? Like, it still boggles the mind. Why would you try to sneak into someone's house because you want clicks and views, because you don't have the manhood or the decency to say, hey, look, you said I could bring 4 people. And I'm going to bring someone that you don't like and someone who's been nasty to you online, but that's my prerogative. I would have said, yeah, you're right. It's your prerogative. Could you just make sure this person doesn't, film here, whatever? They did not do that. And it was actually in complete violation to what we agreed to, because one thing the contract did stipulate was no filming outside of this studio. Anyway, I kept professional. We were kind to everyone because if nothing else, it did give me the confidence to know that Andrew was surrounding himself and taking advice from very unserious people who like to play pranks, essentially. And I think that we saw the fruits of that during the debate immediately, that was their plan, to sort of play tricks to win. And I do want to say, just to be super fair here, the team, particularly he had in the control room, Rob, he was very kind, very professional. Even Gerald, he was kind and professional to my face, but just what you're doing, the exercise of what you're doing here, is just a level of disrespect that I don't think I've ever dealt with. And if it wasn't for me knowingly moving out of this house in a couple of weeks or so, I probably would not want these kinds of people to know where I live, because you just don't have respect for children. Now, regarding the debates, I do want to say this. By the time Andrew Wilson whipped out his phone and read that opening statement, it was clear to me that he was going to lose. As soon as he said the much trafficked quotation of "you're going off vibes and dreams and no evidence," I knew that he was completely unfamiliar with my content. Like, he just decided to go to Turning Point and say, I'll do this and I'll be macho, and had done no research. And I also had this micro win because earlier, you remember, I had said that one of the terms that I wanted, that I ended up conceding, was I wanted Turning Point to claim their horse. I wanted them to say that this is our guy. And he said he didn't want that done. We all knew that he was being sent by Erika and company, but he refused that term and said he had nothing to do with them. And then in the first 3 minutes of the debate, he makes it perfectly clear that Turning Point USA is backing him with this totally awkward, I have a never before seen message, wherein he just kind of makes Erika Kirk look like a big fat liar.
So we covered this yesterday's episode, so I won't put you through the overlap there, but it is the whole thing of, Erika says one thing, Andrew says another thing. We're going to actually be showing you more of that, because in the crash out, from the clips that I can find, he goes into that more. He says he has a lot of stuff from Turning Point. Just more never seen before stuff, a bunch of information, but then also is like, no, we're not working with him at all. It's the same thing as Gary. Gary's talking with Andrew. He outs the fact that Andrew's sending him text messages. Andrew says, don't show this. He shows it. And then they turn around and say, no, we're not working with Gary. I mean, Andrew said it I feel like it was like 2 weeks ago. He's like, Gary, he's his own man. We're not working with him at all. And it's like, we saw already. We saw it already. What do you mean? We don't know what money is exchanging hands, if any, but we know that there is some kind of working going on. The same thing happened with Alex, which is why I'll never trust Alex. He said he was working with Turning Point. He said it himself. He said, I've been talking to them for months. Okay, we don't know of any money exchange hands at all, but something's going on. And also the thing I noticed that Candace said here, that she didn't actually say what I thought she would go to, is that when he said vibes and dreams and all that, those are the talking points that Turning Point has been churning out the entire time. She's going on vibes and dreams and this and that. You will hear the Quartering say this. You will hear Graham Allen say this. You will hear Gary say this. You will hear Blake say this. You will hear Andrew say this. You heard Alex say this. You hear Nick Fuentes say this. All these guys that'll, yeah, who knows if they're all together? I don't know. But a beacon for me, an alarm bell for me has always been, and I've been saying this since the mainstream media, talking about sharp as a tack when they're talking about Joe Biden, who's 175 years old. He's sharp as a tack. I saw him do a backflip while solving physics. Yeah, I saw him mentoring Elon Musk, and I saw like all sorts of wild stuff. That sharp as a tack thing, that spread throughout the mainstream media sphere out of nowhere. It's the same thing we're seeing now. That whole dreams and vibes thing, that's the exact same thing. And to me, that's the code. When I see that, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's going on now. I understand now. The gayosphere, jeez. I mean, I might use that. The gayosphere, the gay sphere, the gayosphere, the sphere of gay. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll figure out something there. There's something there though. You're onto something there. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. But it's just funny she didn't bring that up, or she just didn't notice that. Anyway, let's keep going here. I'm going to switch over to the next clip. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen. The next one, the 2 times he blatantly lied. Candace called it out perfectly. These are after the debate clips. Plays just her reaction. Okay, perfect. Let's jump over to this next one here. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen, we push on. Is this the new one? Did I just do that? I don't think I did. I think this is definitely the one. I can tell by the expression on her face, you know. Someone said not a sphere, a hole. The flamboyant sphere, the queer sphere. There you go. We got it. There we go. Done. You know, we were sounding it out together. We were all sounding it out together, trying to figure it out. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The queer sphere. There you go. Perfect. Let's go to the next clip.
It literally came out of his mouth. I never said girl boss. I was just answering and asking him to explain away how he shifted his position on now he suddenly supports Erika being a CEO. And then he started bringing up a girl boss. And he did this so many times. It was stunning. And people were just going, why? Maybe he has amnesia. Maybe it's not a strategy and he has amnesia, but to just assert something with such confidence and to keep lying over and over again was just shocking to me. We were probably less than an hour into it when I realized, by the way, that he was not okay, because I wanted to address this bizarre strategy of public gaslighting. And he, again, wrongly, but ever confidently filled in the wrong blank when I said, are you? And this actually ended up being one of my favorite moments. Take a listen.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually,
I'm fine.
I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I really don't think by that time he was okay. It was already apparent to me that he was kind of coming apart and he didn't really have an argument. And it was very obvious that he did not watch the preliminary hearing or any hearing for that matter. This is why he could not comprehend the contradiction of him claiming and calling people conspiracy theorists. You're a conspiracy theorist, and it's because of the way that you're looking at evidence. You're making inferences off of that evidence. That's his whole thing. He couldn't comprehend the hypocrisy of that, when in fact he was doing the exact same thing. If all of his evidence was being derived, which he felt was overwhelming, was being derived from a hearing wherein the prosecution was doing just that, looking at evidence and interpreting it however they wanted, a blurry image of a white man with brown hair. I think that's Tyler Robinson. Okay, I think that's not Tyler Robinson. He calls one a fact and the other one a conspiracy theory. This was the whole point of a hearsay. of the hearsay Utah 1102. And if he had watched how many times they discussed this 1102 rule, it was basically like, yeah, we allow this at this stage. It's probative. He would have understood why I was pointing out this hypocrisy, but he quite literally could not quite grasp that concept in a way that was frustrating for me. And so much that I had to tell him, I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Right? We all have our professional limitations. This is one of mine. I cannot, it's like being in a class and you just have that one student that's not grasping something that seems to the rest of us to be a really easy concept. And he's going, I don't understand. Why do you keep saying it here? What is 1102? What is this? What does it matter? Because this grants us all the ability, whether inside or out of the courtroom, to look at evidence and then to infer upon that evidence. In fact, that's what people are doing in any court case, actually. Both sides are doing that. They're in dispute. One side is saying, I infer this. One side is saying, I infer the opposite. And here is the evidence. And the jury makes a decision. Anyway, it was very clear to me that because he was weak on the case and didn't know anything, he wanted out of debating the evidence altogether. He didn't want to talk about the degraded prince who says, so what? So what? What do you mean, so what? I'm trying to tell you why there is just as much evidence here, the evidence that you say is enough to say that he did it, to say that he was set up as a patsy. I'm trying to prove my claim, but he said, nope, let's go to a new phase. And the next phase was very reminiscent to me of when you learn a new vocab word and you just want to use it. It was like a term he had just learned yesterday or something. And that term was positive evidence. He just thought that if I keep saying it, people at home will think I'm really smart and intellectual. And frankly, it just came across as bizarre. Like, this is
positive evidence. I have actually never heard that term before, and it feels like 1984 speak to me. That's what it felt like to me. It felt so weird. I just kept hearing him say it, and I'm like, why is he saying the positive part? Why is he putting that? Who crafted that term recently? You know, this is one of those things. It sounds like Blake. Yeah, it does sound like Blake. It is super dweeby. Yes, exactly. You guys get it. You guys get it. You guys get what I'm saying here, you know? Oh, man. The whole so what thing was really wild. When he said so what, I was kind of like, oh, this guy is kind of, not to, Candace is going to say it more eloquently, but I was like, oh, he's done. He's saying so what? It means he doesn't care. It means he doesn't care and he doesn't know. And who gives a sugar honey iced tea about what you're even talking about? He doesn't know about it. He doesn't want to learn more about it. He's not going toe to toe with you on this part. He was just like, so what? Done, finished. It was very weird. Like, that would be a part for a moderator to step in and be like, what do you mean, so what? Hold on. What do you mean? Wait a second. Are you going to expand on this? Are you going to go into this at all? But that wasn't going to happen. We'll play a little bit more of this, and I'm going to jump on to the next one. Actually, no, I'm not going to jump to the next one. I'm going to jump to the whole Crowder thing because this is gross. Thank you, Lainey, for finding this clip. But let's play a little bit more of this, and then we'll jump over.
Just a little bit of him saying positive evidence.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
This would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't have any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence.
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
We cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened, but it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence. Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is? She had no positive evidence.
That was the best. I don't know why they didn't play that part. That was the best part. She just said, that's why they watch my podcast. I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, that was actually a perfect response. That's why they watch my podcast, actually. And he was just like, well, I've never seen it before. And I basically have never heard of you before. Okay. And I just figured, it's like it's his first time hearing about Candace Owens. It really is. He's just like, well, don't you? There's millions of people who would want to know. And she's like, yeah, they watch my show. Millions of people. It's like 50 million views a month. It's crazy. It's so much. There's so many people that watch it and they comment and they help. And there's a lot of people. And he's like, sorry, what's your name again? Is it Francis? And she's like, no, it's Candace. Okay. Do you have any positive evidence for that? Yeah. Someone said, what's negative evidence? Oh my God. Okay, let's jump over here really quick just to see that Crowder clip that we were talking about. This is gross. If this is actually what's going on here. Again, I'm not even subscribed. Wow. Honestly, yeah, telling you the truth. I've never watched this stuff really.
The Wi-Fi. What's your feel of things going on there? I know we've sent you some extreme fact checks. Just so you know, my prediction was she would, once we got to the text where she said, I didn't see those in the text. Once they're presented, she will eventually just say those texts can't count because they clearly were planted. They're not genuine. It's to set them up as a patsy. So we're going to see if I called that. What else should we know that we can't see?
Well, I think you're right on the assertion that there has been some stuff that's been said that immediately right after has been kind of declined. Like, no, I didn't actually say that. Well, actually, yes, you did. So I think they got hung up quite a bit and got way down into the weeds and the nuance on that particular case.
Yeah.
But I think what you're going to see going forward is that Andrew's going to press and say, hey, yes, I understand what you're saying. But even if I can see that it doesn't get to Patsy, it doesn't get you anywhere near there. And I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what hearsay is and why it's considered hearsay in one of those trials. But I think like everybody else out there listening, we got way down into the weeds on this. And I think that they'll start to kind of come out of that just a little bit. And really, Andrew's going to press very, very hard on why she believes what she believes. He's fine defending his views. Even if he grants some of the problems that she has with his case, it still doesn't lead anywhere else other than Tyler Robinson right now.
Well,
so
wait a second. He seems to know exactly what Andrew's going to do here. That's very interesting. Huh. So the master debater got a master debating lesson from someone on Crowder's team or just his whole team altogether, which is why they are the ones that got the clips together. And they didn't show Andrew what those clips would be. This is starting to form much more. So for some reason, Crowder's team is coaching Andrew. And then we have to go from, and again, there is a friendly relationship between Turning Point and Crowder, right? And it's gotten more friendly after Charlie passed, of course. I mean, it got to the point where Crowder was about to do the under the tent thing for Turning Point, and then he just reestablished it on his own. But he did talk about doing that at the very beginning when Charlie passed. Someone said a circle zerg. A circle zerg. A circle. A circle zerg. Oh my gosh. Disaster baiter. Yeah. I mean, a solid disaster base. I see. I took it too far. You were right, Eli. You were right where you should have been with it, and I took it a step too far. That was too much. Very interesting.
That's what I'm really seeing. So.
That's what I was going to say. If I were to offer any feedback, it would be, first off, as someone who just wants the truth, Patsy is not the same as trained by a Mormon bee cult. Patsy is not the same as working with the French Legion. Patsy is not the same as Erika Kirk being involved, Israel being involved, Netanyahu. Patsy is not the same as a Trump cover-up. Patsy is not the same as Kirk's security chief. So I'd like to get to that because I did see, quite a bit going back and forth, and she tried to represent his entire argument as an
That's very interesting. He just said none of those things equal Patsy. Doesn't each one of those things equal Patsy? Right? If you're saying the gov's involved, if you're saying a foreign gov's involved, if you're saying an organization's involved, and now this kid is hanging in the balance, well, doesn't that all equal Patsy? Huh. And yeah, and when it comes to this whole thing, the reason that we're watching it, we're not watching this clip to hear, Crowder talk. That's definitely not what's happening. Although it is very revealing. because he has the exact same talking points or thought process as Andrew's displaying during the debate. That no, it wasn't the gov. No, it wasn't this foreign gov. No, it was not Erika. No, it was not Turning Point. He has the exact same talking points as Andrew does. This is becoming very revealing. I didn't even realize this, but it's more so because he is in this room, and apparently this is where the kids play, and this is where he's filming. He's choosing to film here. Someone said it should have been Crowder instead of Charlie. You know, I mean, that just, there's, you can't say that, but I know what you mean. You can't say that, but I know what you mean. You'd like to have Charlie still around. It should have been nobody. I mean, that's the truth of it, right? Let the propagandists do what they do, and let the guy whose, opinion is turning and was about to start talking a lot more like Candace Owens, a lot more publicly. Let that guy live too. Let everybody live. Anyway, let's. I don't think they're going to go through like any schematics. I hope not, but let's see.
Reply tweet. So that was like,
yeah,
doesn't make for great TV.
No, definitely not. I didn't think that was very fair either. I think he was able to make a point. Like, listen, like it's not limited to just this. I actually laid out why I thought that it was more likely that Tyler Robinson did this than anything else. I think he said 75, 85% chance that it would lead to him. And you have to deal with that. You can't go and say, well, you only said in this tweet right here, and it's Converse sneakers. Like, that's the tactic to basically say, like, hey, you're isolating one piece of evidence, and that's the only reason. It's like, no, it's the totality of the evidence. Remember, he said overwhelming means I find it convincing. He defined that at the beginning to make sure that people understood where he was coming from. Not that this was 100% slam dunk, but it's convincing. 75 to 85% chance. And if you want that 15 to 20% chance to come up in your favor, you really have to show some counter evidence we haven't seen yet.
What's the vibe like when the cameras are off there? Are they talking? Are they cordial? Or is it pretty cold standoff? And,
cordial before, I imagine things will get a little less cordial as we go on. Cordial before for sure. Okay. But then as we got down to business, obviously I think things changed just a little bit.
All right. Okay. Anything else that you have questions for us, or anything? Is our ability to get the extreme fact check to you, is that helpful?
No, everything is helpful. Keep doing that. I'm in the room with them right now. Or when they're on there.
It looks like a church basement.
Keep communicating. I'm in a garage to be, nice to everybody else around and not do a live hit right before everybody's walking back and forth. So.
He's in Candace's garage. Put the lotion in the basket.
There's the garage
door
opener
right there. Put the fact check in the basket.
I'm the funniest guy on YouTube, and I know it, and I should start saying it a lot more. The guys who are supposed to be the funny guys are not the funny guys. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm being called to step into my power. I'm just saying. I got to talk about this a lot more, because that's what I'm up against. Hey, come on, man. What's going on here? But yeah, okay. He revealed where he was. He was not supposed to do that. Too bad. That's what you could expect. This is the exact reason why I said Candace needs to not let these guys inside of her house at all, because that is the type of stuff that they're going to do. He said he's saving her, or saving everybody from him doing a live hit in the house, in the control room where they all were. But that would have been just fine. You're all doing, both teams are doing fact checks together. Both teams are doing all this stuff together. It's like, why not just sit there where you're supposed to sit, where you've been told you can film, and just do that? That's it. That's what you're supposed to do. Or get in a car, because I assume they drove there. Here, let me, who's this? Protect your kids at all costs. Here, let me throw you out here, bud. Don't worry. Yeah. Man, it's interesting when you do step into what you are, how immediately people will attack that immediately. Like that person was just like, yeah, all capital letters. You're not as funny as you think you are. I've never thought I was funny. It's usually people telling me, and it's been going on my whole life, which pushed me towards media and entertainment and then comedy. It's always been people telling me. I don't usually say, hey, I'm a funny guy. I don't do that, actually. But I think I should more. I think I should respect myself a little more. And I know you guys have been calling me to do that as well. So, but it's just so funny. You step into it. The first second, the 5 seconds I step into it, someone was like, He has to know it's not true. Okay, all right. Buddy, buddy, Satan's hand is all the way up your butthole and he's working you like a sock puppet. That is too much, man. Get Satan's arm, wrist, forearm, hand, elbow, get all of that out of you. Don't let him have all of that inside you, buddy. Jeez. I always think of people not being able to say anything, and I'm saying stuff like that to them. Buddy, you got Satan's like this inside. Satan's like that. He's all the way, he's shoulder deep inside you. And they're just like, I can't. Oh, there's nothing you can say. Oh no. Go on the X quick. Tag me in something. Be like, I'm the person who said you're not funny. And then you stopped me from typing and I have something to say. Type a whole dissertation out there. Go do it quick. I'll even pull it up on the screen. I'm kidding. I won't. Anyway, let's go to the next clip. Candace Owens just being funny, just being funny. Let's jump into this next one.
All right. I made $418.63 during that 16-second silence. Well, what is there to complain about? You want me to be quiet? What do you? Okay. I gotcha. I'll be silent. It's a lot of money to make to be quiet. Then came the most viral moment after he permitted me to speak again after the clip was a nothing burger. And it happened accidentally. Okay. So I felt bad that viewers had to listen through him simping for Erika for so long. We had agreed to discuss this case. I, as you know, had said to him, we should discuss the screwdriver. We should discuss the towel. And I tried to then change the topic back to the case. And I made the wrong assumption that Andrew Wilson had read the last filing, the filing for dismissal, which dropped 2 days before our debate. And my positive evidence for that assumption was that Andrew Wilson himself had tweeted about the filing as though it was helpful to his case. He tweeted about the filing and they were all lying about what the filing was. And here he retweeted somebody else who said, skimmed it. The Tyler Robinson defense is on absolute life support. And then he wrote back, picked a hell of a week. So I was like, obviously, he must have read this filing. And I read through the filing, and just to show you, as I do with everything, for those of you guys who've been following me since the Blake thing, marked it up, took notes, and thought there were some really compelling arguments here. So I came prepared that we were going to discuss the most recent filing as one of his wrong talking points, that the Tyler Robinson admitted to the text messages being real or one thing or another. So I also just sort of thought that even if he didn't read the book, he would have at least read the last chapter before taking the exam. You know what I mean? Every person knows that if you're going to try to BS and pretend that you read the book, you better read the last chapter in case a character dies before you try to write an essay, right?
That's so funny. That's exactly what Barron told us to do. When we were watching Barron talk about this whole thing, Barron was saying the way that you're supposed to read these things is you go all the way down to the conclusion, and then that gives you a good foundation, and then you go and then you read it through. But you go to the conclusion first. I guess that's true. That's wild that she had that. I mean, a wonderful nerd, but such a nerd. Just have it all marked up. I actually taking sticky notes as this thing here and actually writing it. Holy, that is crazy. That is wild. I mean, good for her. That is what you have to do in that type of thing. And I can't wait to hear what she actually has to say about it, because we haven't fully gone through that, especially to the tune of everything she has there. I would love to see everything she had. Barron did his whole breakdown of it because the Fed sloppers were coming in so hard. Be mature. I know what I just said. Be mature. The Fed sloppers were speaking about the filing in a way that was dishonest. Okay. All right. But very interesting. Very, very interesting. I can't wait. Sorry, I just had the I'm lobbing people out like Uncle Phil right now, just lobbing lobbing. Someone said I didn't know Candace was a paper person. Respect. Yeah, man. Yeah, I didn't realize either. I can't wait to see what she actually has there. But again, yeah, I say nerd because it's in debate form, right? You know how I feel about debates. You guys know how I feel about debates. That's not going to change. I don't care who's in the debate. I'm always going to feel that way about debates. But I'd love to hear it outside of a debate forum for sure. And you know what's funny about this? Andrew still has nothing to say about that filing. And we're going to get into Andrew because I was right and Wolves for Finance was right. And I think Didi talked about it as well. I know he said something. He made like an 8-minute video and he wasn't even in his studio. He made an 8-minute video. And then I don't know if it's a correlation, but soon after that 8-minute video of him exposing Andrew in some kind of way, I didn't get to watch the full video. Andrew took down that stream. So I don't know if he took it down because of DD. I don't know. Or if he just realized that he crashed out too much and that probably shouldn't be up. I don't know. But, took down that video. DD had something to say. But I think I'm right about this whole defamation thing. And we'll get into that soon. Very, very soon. Let's keep going here.
And I was wrong. I was floored when I saw him again do that obvious tell of his false bravado. He just lies. Of course. And the manner that this
I don't see me. Do you see me? Okay, now we're back. I was gone for a second. Did you guys see me disappear for a second? You guys said we froze, right? So yeah, something happened there for a second. Don't worry, I paused it. So we're picking up right where we were, but that was weird. Yeah. Lainey, we're back. Okay, cool. That was weird.
he thought Tyler Robinson was guilty of, it was because I wanted to make sure I didn't make an assumption that he was more flexible in other areas as we dove into this recent filing. And when he did the false, of course, bring it up, I went, oh, he doesn't know any of them. And so this obviously became the most discussed moment. This man came in to debate Robinson's guilt and did not know guilty of what. Take a listen.
It's very interesting because I was saying this yesterday. I was saying, Candace realized. Like, it wasn't a gotcha question. She realized. She thought what I kept saying throughout yesterday's stream, I expected more from him. As much as I'm making fun of him and this and that, I was like, he's the guy. That's what he does. You'd expect more. Just like when you see Destiny in a debate and he's like using ChatGPT or he's Googling things while he's talking to a person. It's like, you expect more. You're like, what's happening? You're doing what during a debate? That's not how that works. You're reading something. That's not how that works. This looks crazy. She thought the exact same thing. She was like, oh, this guy doesn't know. And those sensors, those jugular sensors kicked in. And she was like, oh, that's a pulse. Just right in there. She's like, that's a pulse. Got him. We got him. Let's drag him into the cave. The kid's got to eat. Let's go. Let's drag this thing in here while it's still warm. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's play this part.
Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
Is that it? That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence.
Yeah, list them real quick. I just want to make sure. That is me. Grade 1 through until I dropped out of high school in grade 9. That is me. My whole school career. Yeah, of course I got the homework done. Just show me the answers. I can show you which ones I did if you show me the answers. Oh, that's what got me put in special ed forever. That type of stuff right there is what got me put in special ed. Are you kidding me? Oh, goodness me. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I did it. Of course I did. Can you show me yours? Because I did it just like this guy here. Can you show me? I did it just like that. It's not here, though. Oh, I had to walk to school. That's the thing. I had to walk. And when I walked, I mean, I don't know. It's just not, I don't even know. Because my backpack is different than the last time. My backpack's different. Oh, that's the type of stuff that got me put in class with the kids with helmets on. Oh, come on now. Ridiculous.
Evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
Name them. Everybody who knows about Beverly Hills Housewives, there's some lady named Sutton Brown, and she's like, name them. And it's so annoying. Oh, man. What a schniz. And he's just mad. Look at oh, my God. Can you guys see Patrick's face? I still have disaster baiter on the screen. Let me get that off the screen. Let's be mature now. Look at Patrick's face. Oh, my gosh. Is there any way I can zoom in? Oh, my gosh. I wish I could zoom in on this. I can't.
The first charge is aggravated murder because
if you could see his face, he's smiling so big because he knows too. Because you got to know, Patrick Bet-David, he's a business guy. He's a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy, but he's a businessman. He actually is a businessman. He's been in meetings with BB, so world leaders, big business people, 9-figure, 10-figure type business deals. So for him to hear what's going on, he knows exactly what's happening. He's like, oh, someone's about to die. Someone's about to die. It happens in every business deal. Somebody says something first. Somebody does something first. Like, it happens every single time. You want both people to walk away happy, or at least you want one person to walk away happy and the other to walk away with the delusion of happiness. But always someone dies in some kind of business deal. And Patrick knew. He was like, you can even see his face in this one. He's looking at Andrew like, whew, he doesn't know. This is sad. He knows what's happening right here. He knows exactly what's happening. I didn't even catch this the first time or the second time. I've watched this thing twice already. Jeez. And he has his own logo thing behind his head. Oh my God. I wouldn't allow that if I was Candace. I'd be like, no, you can't put your logo next to my cross and my St. Michael's sculpture and my family picture. No, you can't do that, Patrick. Jeez. Anyway, let's keep going.
that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work. And you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
yeah. The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, it's a bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder.
Shook, shaken. I'm like, it's just, I can't even imagine what it must be like. I mean, I know his wife is equally as bad, but it's just such a liar. Like, why say, of course, why not just say, I actually don't know the specific charges, which would have been crazy, but it's this false bravado. This is how he debates. He just lies confidently and just lies. And then when you recognize it and you call him out on the lie, he falls apart and he starts sinking more and more and more into the chair, sweating, developed some things in his teeth, and that entire personality of a man just.
He developed some things in his teeth. What happened? He started growing anatomy. What happened? Bones started coming out of his face. Maybe he had a Zin. Yeah, because you can have Zin, Alp. It was like a Zin. The nicotine things. You can have like Zin and Alp and stuff in your teeth. You can have it like you put it like in. I've never done it before. It's absolutely disgusting. But you can like put it in there. Maybe he bit one. Maybe he got so nervous he started chewing on it. Oh gosh. Because that's what you would do if you really wanted a cigarette. I remember really wanting cigarettes when I smoked. You'd bite one of those things and just chew it up real quick and just suck the juice out. Yes, I know what I said. Desperate times when you're addicted to nicotine, desperate times. Okay. You will suck the juice out of a patch if you need to. It's hard being a smoker, man. I'm telling you.
It could never drive with me. Like I would never for a single second be intimidated by that because it's, like I said, false bravado. There's nothing here that's remotely intimidating. You're just an idiot dressed up as some like blood sport debater, bro. There's nothing weaker than not just saying, oh, I don't know that. I would like to know what the answer to that is. And I was hoping we would actually be able to have that constructive dialogue. I was upset that we could not spend more time discussing this case. And once that happened, he was completely deflated. I mean, Andrew Wilson was very lost, and it was almost like he had to remember things they wanted him to bring up. It was very obvious that his foot just wanted out. I think his foot wanted to tell the truth. The foot was just, it wanted out. They're like, oh, the foot holds the truth. Andrew lies, but the foot just doesn't want to be there. His boot, he was literally shaking in his boots.
I had no idea how did I miss that? How did I miss that she said that? Oh my God. Oh man. That is sad. That is very sad. How dare you, Candace Owens? How dare you? I don't know how I missed that. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Someone said the chat is frozen. It could be. It could be. Someone said feats don't fail me now. I don't know. Soon as Cynthia says feats don't fail me now, I mean, I feel like we're back in business. I know what you mean though. I was looking at it and I'm like, okay, I was looking at the chat honestly, and I was like, you know what? That person was right. I'm not as funny as I think I am. 100% right. I was like, chat hasn't moved in like 2 minutes. I'm like, well, this is it. This is it. We're done, guys. Going back to Uber Eats. Going back to Uber Eats. Okay. Anyway. Oh, my wife said better now. Oh, okay, cool. All right. My wife's my handler, so I'll take her advice. I'll take her word for it.
I don't know what was going on there. And he couldn't kind of regain any sort of composure. I didn't understand anything he was getting at beyond that. He started that bizarre inquisition about my show's timeline, demanding to know why it was my show's official timeline and why I had included Tyler Robinson and Pangwich eating a steak. I don't know if he's just averse to organization. Like, I love organizing. Timelines make sense to me. I love highlighting them. I love putting timestamps. I'm very proud of that. I don't know what he was getting at. He just wanted to know. I'm like, I spoke to the owner. The owner told me that he pulled the receipt, that it was Tyler Robinson's receipt. And so I included this on my timeline. And then the receipt that was shared was the real receipt. And then he's like, well, why didn't you ask the merchant? Like, he's like, this is still not evidence. You got to.
Yeah, I found that to be so weird. He was like, you would go to the merchant, you would do this and that, and it's like, well, if you want to be a part of the whole thing of people covering the case, well, then go do that. Because that's exactly what Diligent did. Diligent was like, oh, where is this place? And Candace did what? Okay, well, let me see if I can do that. And he like drove there on a whim. It's not like it's like 10 minutes from his house. He had to make a trip. And he was like, we'll see what happens. Here I am. Hi, can I talk to people? And thankfully they were like, yeah, you can talk to people. And he got through. You know, if you want someone to go and talk to the merchant, buddy, you got to go do that yourself. That's the way it works. You know, this is the type of attitude that I've talked about with you guys so many times, that if you want something done, there's a lot of people like that. They want a thing done, and it's like, okay, well then go do it. You want something discussed, go discuss it. You got to just, I don't know. I want to talk about Hayden. I don't see anybody talking about Hayden. And the fact that it seems like she was laid down with someone really famous, and then 3 months later she pops up dead. I don't see anybody talking about it. I want to talk about it, so I'm gonna. And that's just the way it goes. You got to just bring up the things you want to talk about, and we'll see what happens. You know. Anyway, we'll get into that later on. Do I hear something happening? I asked my wife for a coffee. I didn't know. She said yes. You know, because she could say no. She doesn't have to say yes. But I think she's doing it. It's really good having a wife. It's really good. It's the best. If you're single, get your own coffee if you're single. You know what I mean? But if you got a wife, oh my gosh. I think she's doing it. It's so wild. Anyway, I'm just shocked. I never thought I'd have that where I could say to somebody, hey, can I have a coffee? And they're like, yeah, of course. You know, I just never thought that would happen. You know, it's the best thing ever. I think she's doing it. Can't believe it. You know, every time I was talking about this with Mike Riley, we were messaging on Instagram. And he was talking about sometimes you look around and you see everything and it's like, this all depends on you. It's so weird. There's like a house and there's kids and they like run around and they like, and I'm gonna like give them stuff. And they're like, I did this. Can I have this? And it's like, okay, I guess. Can we afford things? I guess we can. I don't know. It's so weird. It's the weirdest thing ever. Praise God. Praise God. Anyway, let's get to this next clip. This is literally just me being petty. Oh, hello.
2 ice cubes in bed.
Ice cubes? Okay. Thank you so much. See? Isn't that crazy? Anyway, let's get into the next clip. I love you, honey. I love you. All right.
How my timeline should be organized. That's what I want to say. I almost lost it there. Suburban moms who have organized pantries, stand up. At the end of the day, I am so embarrassed for Turning Point USA. I cannot imagine Erika hugging this person. I've got to show you guys more clips. He is literally disgusting, right? And they thought this guy was going to be able to take me down. I was trained by Charlie Kirk, and they sent me Andrew Wilson. But I will say on a positive note, it was bittersweet because it was just amazing to remember all of those things that Charlie told me not to do, not to fall for. Don't start attacking him personally. I did not engage in that. He opened with that ad hominem attacks against me. Remembering to always overstudy. Like I took it very seriously. Obviously, I was not planning gotcha clips, but I was marking up filings, reminding myself, rewatching the preliminary hearing, going back to the timeline to remind myself because so much has transpired, obviously, in 11 months. And Charlie used to always tell me that you see people get crushed in these sorts of debates who are overconfident. And then there's just like the one kid who asks a question that throws them off and it goes viral. So never underestimate your opponent. I didn't know what to expect. And I obviously not expect that he was just going to be one of these weird middle-aged men with gotcha clips. I thought he was genuinely going to read at least one of the case filings, one of the charges. But it was, like I said, good to go through that again. And to be studying and to do the thing that he said with the note cards. I did every single thing that Charlie told me to do and to stay calm when they're trying to poke you. be aware of people that are trying to put you into these sorts of legal traps. And it genuinely, when it concluded, we were just like cheering. We were so happy. Bittersweet, obviously, because I never thought in any of that learning with Charlie that it would one day be me debating someone that his organization clearly sent. But such is life. And I'm happy that it is me that is exposing what his organization has become in the wake of his assassination. Anyway.
That is really, yeah, she says bittersweet. It's pretty wild. It's like she never thought that would happen. I wonder if Charlie did. I wonder if Charlie knew, because Candace talks about Charlie knowing something was going to happen to him the second he made Turning Point, the second he signed the document that like formed Turning Point and started doing it. He knew something was going to happen to him from that point on. At 18 years old, 18, 17 years old, he knew right away that something terrible was going to happen to him. And then also when he met Candace and he was talking with Candace, he said that whole thing of, you are the piece, the puzzle piece that God meant me to find. Right. And you're the Iron Lady of America, and you're going to finish the fight. And now all these years later, a year later, almost now, he's gone. And now she is actually finishing the fight. And the fight actually has to do with Turning Point and her going up against Turning Point, and Turning Point doing devious things and aligning with big government, which Charlie didn't like, aligning with that, aligning with more wars, aligning against people like Thomas Massey, making sure to, talk about, the JE files and talk about how, it's not a big deal. And let's forget about that. And who knows what Charlie would have said and blah, 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 all this stuff. It's very fitting. And then on top of that, this organization that she's going at, the guy who established it, helped her learn to be a better debater from his perspective, from his way of debating, because she already had raw fire. She had a lot of what Andrew Wilson had when she was younger. She had this I know what I'm talking about, and let's go. And that fire. And I guess Charlie helped her get a little more structured. And Charlie always needed that fire. And he didn't particularly have the fire, but he had a lot of smarts when he would debate, and that's why they complemented each other so well, right? Yin and yang, polished and unpolished. Very, very weird. Very weird. Then now she is someone says it's divine justice. That's a good term for it. That's a very good term for it. Wild. I don't know. It just seems so. I wonder if he knew it would be like that, because it seems like he knew people were going to deceive him. It seems like he knew people were going to betray him. He knew that he was going to pass away. He knew that Candace would be around and he wouldn't. I wonder if he knew this part as well. Yeah, again, I can't help but think of the parallel to Jesus. I'm not going to compare Charlie to Jesus, but it's just a person who is having these prophetic visions and possibly also knowing that the people who were in play were a problem, and that whatever was going to happen just kind of had to happen, because it kind of does have to happen. Candace talks about it. I think she talks about it later in this episode, where it's just kind of like, she talks about in this episode where the left and the right are coming together. Like, I have a clip of Hassan Piker celebrating Candace Owens, someone who really didn't like Candace Owens at all, like not at all. And Candace blocked him even. He even says it as he's like trying to like cover what he's like, she blocked me years ago. And now he's like in defense of her. He's calling her queen, Very weird what's going on. But then someone like Asmund Gold now standing against Candace Owens, doesn't like what Candace is doing. Right? It's this weird happening that seems to have to happen. And at the same time, no one's talking about it, but there's this third party forming with Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, whether they're going to call it a third party or not, that's what's happening. They're starting this movement where there has to be something aside from Democrat and Republican. And it's not just going to be independent. It's going to be something. And they actually have the power to do it, right? All those things happening simultaneously. Charlie passing away, this coming together of the left and the right in certain aspects, obviously not in everything. And then the right being exposed just as much as the left was being exposed during Biden's administration, right? The left, I'm sure if you've been in the political know for a long time, you've seen what Democrats are. You can go back years and years and years. You can really see what they are. A lot of people know that they actually helped establish the KKK. Nobody really talks about that much anymore, but they didn't just attack black people when it first established. They would attack black Republicans, and they would attack white Republicans as well. Nobody really talks about that much anymore. But just, from that administration, it got really exposed in terms of modern day aligning with mainstream media, and mainstream media having the same talking points as the administration was having. And now the right is getting exposed the same way with Trump. And now they have the same talking points as Trump. And Trump goes on stage and he says, hey, listen, inflation is a good thing. It's because we're fighting this war, and that's why gas. He's like, I'm fine with gas being more expensive. Guy's a friggin' billionaire and the president. So of course you're okay with gas being more expensive. You don't even know the price of gas. You don't have to care. You don't even know how much milk costs. You don't know anything in terms of what regular people have to buy and go through and what they have to spend per month. He doesn't even know. He's a tap that dispenses Diet Coke. What are we talking about? What? He has no idea what things cost. Anyway. Yeah, it's interesting. All of this happening at the same time. My wife says he doesn't even know how to pump gas. For sure doesn't know how to pump gas. There's no way he does. There's no way he understands how to pump gas. There's no way. Been rich forever. So it's just interesting how all these things are happening at the same time. All these things, all these different people getting exposed, different people coming together. And I can't tell where it's all going to lead. In my mind, I'm just like, oh, a third party is going to start, and it's gonna give the Republicans and the Democrats a real run for their money. And that's it. That's all I can really think of. But who knows? Does Tucker Carlson run? Does Candace run as a VP? Does Candace just support that party wholeheartedly? What happens? Does Hassan Piker say, I'm done with both of these? I'll jump in. Like, who knows? Who knows what you can't tell. But something is happening. Anyway, we'll see. I think I'll play a little bit more of this, just a little bit.
We'll be right back after a brief.
There we go. Now that's all I'm going to play. She stopped that right in its tracks. All good. Let's go to the next one, where she starts talking about Rachel, the Rachel Wilson, Someone says Candace for VP. Who knows? I mean, it's so funny when people do this. It's so funny because that's exactly what they did with Trump. It's exactly what they did. They said, are you talking about the Apprentice guy? And then he won, and they're like, are you talking about the Apprentice guy? And everybody was like, no, we're talking about the President of the United States. Better put some respect on it. The Apprentice is done. It's over now. He runs the country now. They're like, what? Huh? That can't be. No, it happened. Don't forget, Ronald Reagan was it Ronald Reagan? He was an actor. Okay. Just saying. Crazier things have happened. Candace Owens, and people don't realize this. Candace Owens becoming vice president would not be as crazy as Ronald Reagan becoming president. I don't think people realize that. He was an actor. Trump had more political experience than Ronald Reagan did. You know that? because Trump was at least in the know. He was a billionaire, so he was donating. He's probably donating to both sides. He had a lot of experience, a lot of business experience, a lot of negotiation experience. He was going around the world. He was meeting with world leaders even before he was, in any political conversation at all, because he was a billionaire. He had to go around because he wanted to build Trump towers all over the world. It actually made more sense for him to become president than it did for Ronald Reagan. Yeah, he was a governor. He was a governor like Arnold Schwarzenegger was a governor. He got elected for the same reasons Arnold Schwarzenegger got elected. There was a different word I said. Be mature. It was a mistake. Yeah, I know he's a governor. He was a governor like Arnold Schwarzenegger was a governor. He's going to be like a governor like the way Spencer Pratt would be the mayor. People are like, "Well, that Spencer Pratt knows what he's talking about." No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He's just a reality TV rich kid who almost made it and probably will end up making it the next time he runs, because I think he'll run again. It's the same type of thing. Schwarzenegger didn't actually, you got to go back and think. Schwarzenegger didn't fully know what he was doing. He got in because he was an actor, not because he was this fierce political opponent who really understood what the people wanted. He was a guy who took steroids and played Hercules and played the guy who fought the Predator and played the Terminator. That's why he got elected. You're living in a sitcom. You don't even realize it. You think he had good ideas? No. That's the reason why The Rock was like, "Hey, do you know the Republicans and the Democrats both asked me to run for president?" It's not because The Rock has good ideas. It's not because he has good ideas or he's smart. It's because he's an actor and he's already popular. So there's already a predictive programming in place. And that's what happened with Reagan. This doesn't stop, guys. This isn't new. Okay? You think it's new. You think it's new people getting into office because they're popular. Oh, you think it's new. It's good for you. That's fun. Fun for you that you feel like this is all new. The rest of us who are draped in tinfoil, the finest tinfoil, we know this has been going on for decades, almost 100 years. I'm so glad you're new to this and it's all just new. And it's like, wow, Donald Trump, I can't believe it. Oh, I'm so glad for you. It's all just new stuff that's never happened before. Oh, Lordy Lord. Good for you guys. Anyway, I'm doing a breakdown of Candace. That's what I'm doing here, right? Okay. Sorry. I got thrown off. Oh, man. This guy said it's been a show. The guy who just said, nah, Ronald Reagan was a governor. Now he's saying, oh, it's been a show. Oh, get out of here. Turn in your tinfoil cap, sir. Let me just get some. This cup says you got this. Very nice. Let's keep going here. What was I saying? What were we talking about here? Okay, a tweet from Rachel. Okay, let's get to the important stuff, right? This is the hard-nosed journalism that I specialize in, ladies and gentlemen.
Loved the stages of grief. Everybody grieves differently. So he's grieving by first talking to Claude. The 5 stages of debate grief. This is from @AlphaApproved. They write denial. I totally won that debate. Number 2, anger. That was rigged, biased, unfair. That's actually going to happen. His wife. Number 3, bargaining. Okay, maybe I lost, but Candace is worse. Number 4, depression. Why do I even debate? And number 5, acceptance, which will come, which will say, he will come out and say, all right, maybe I should have prepared. Maybe I should have known one of the charges. We are at phase 1, and we are also at phase 2, which I can give you an example of his wife trying to suggest that we maybe rigged the mic pieces is crazy. Okay, I have one in my ear right now. It allows us to hear what the producers are saying. As I told you, his guy, Rob, who was very professional and kind, so no shade to Rob, was sitting next to them And that's why he was saying, could you pull a clip or whatever? His team was right next to my team. And these earpieces do not work beyond 15 feet out of the control room. So they just, and Andrew will tell you that every time he got up, he had to reset it. They don't work. So there's no one else that could possibly be talking in your ear because of the structure of our walls. So anyway, Rachel responds, who's his like horrific wife, responds to somebody trying to pretend that I was receiving intel on that last question because they're still coping over this. Was Candace Owens being fed answers? Something about the debate caught my attention. Both Candace and Andrew appeared to be wearing in-ear monitors. So what are these actually used for? And he kind of goes through all this. I literally turned these people into a conspiracy theorist by the end of it. He started off by calling us conspiracy theorists. And then by the end of it, he was going through my phone and thought that I was texting people for answers. That's amazing. That's a flawless victory. That's a flawless victory. To end it with him suggesting a conspiracy where what I was actually doing when he came back in the chair, because I barely got up. I literally only got up one time he went up every break. I did not get up. I was tweeting. You guys saw me tweet right before that. I sent one tweet. I texted nobody during the entire debate because I was focused. I was locked in. But then I was like, I'm going to send a funny tweet because I feel pretty confident I won this. And when he came back, he saw me doing that and thought that I texted someone, which is very funny. And guess what? The answer to a conspiracy theory, I demonstrated for him. Here's my phone. Just answer the question. Make the person feel comfortable. You don't have to go crazy. And it's the one thing Turning Point USA does not want to do at all is answer any questions. They just want to send these debate bros, I guess, out. But this was absolutely hilarious that I thought that meme was fantastic. We also created our own meme because I used to be anti Turning Point USA shills, but he's different. I don't want anybody referring to Andrew Wilson as a paid shill. Andrew Wilson's not a paid shill. This is like the Drizzy meme. TPUSA sending paid shills, not cool. TPUSA sending shills that pay, we're with it. We're with
Absolutely. Very petty. Very petty. She said they made that themselves. That is wildly petty. You can't be making memes like that. That's uncalled for. Very uncalled for. Can't believe it. Let me check out here. There is something towards what she's saying right now. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? No, it's not it. Who posted this? I should shout her out. I've shouted her out before. I feel like it's like Sam Reacts or something. She's friends with Holy Fire Luna. There we go. There it is. Let me just pull this over here because speaking to what Candace is saying, apparently Andrew believes that there were 2 minutes edited out, although we all watched it live. This is part of his crash out here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a quick one. There will be some swearing because Andrew is very, very upset in this clip, in this live stream that he did. Very, very upset.
You're right. It's not murder. It's aggravated murder. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And then they edit out the fucking like 2 minutes of her stalling. You're right. It's not murder.
So he says that there was stuff edited out to make it look like Candace was not stalling and make her look better than she actually did. Wow. Very, very interesting. I mean, just a wonderful crash out this guy had. I think this is why he deleted it. I think it's because it was too much crash out. It wasn't enough like information, and it was just too much of him just being very mad, you know? Even if I go, let me just go right here. You know, speaking to what Candace is saying right now, let me just jump over here. Jump over to Andrew Wilson. I have not looked into Andrew Wilson in the longest time. Am I following him? I should be, but I no, I'm not. Huh. I don't know why. I don't know why I wouldn't want to be following this guy. Even this, he just put this out this morning. Jeez, at like 3 a.m. Andrew's up at 3 a.m. Oh man, Candace got to him. Oh, it got to him so bad. Jeez, guys up at 3 a.m. tweeting. Jeez. See it actually says right here. It says, well, the coordinated effort to get the Wilsons seems to be in full effect. Laughing his effing A off. Crazy. Oh man, that's sad. That's just sad. Yeah, he's up late. And of course, I mean, everybody just badgered him. I mean, the pickle jars are coming, and people saying tends to happen when you steal valor, call women, flip-flop on your opinions. I mean, just people saying you played yourself. I mean, someone saying shut the F up, you lost. Dave Smith hates you. Dave Smith doesn't hate him. People posted memes about him. I mean, he's getting the Blake treatment. He's getting the Blake treatment. This is what happens whenever Blake says anything at all. This is exactly what happens to Blake. It's sad. It's sad. Someone says he has mommy issues. Well, not anymore, because Candace is his mommy now. That's I think that's it. I think Candace is now his mommy. I mean, I think that's what happened over this debate. This is what happened. She is now his mommy. So, I mean, if he had mommy issues before, he's good. He has a good mother now. He just has to embrace it. That's all. He just has to embrace his new mom. And once he embraces his new mom, then he'll be fine. He'll be completely fine. But I mean, until then, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. Really, really tough. But I mean, and people, I see you guys laughing, but Candace is a great mom to have. Not a bad mom. She's a good mom to have. Why wouldn't you want her as a mom, right? She disciplines you and everything, Let me see here. Rachel is trying to bring down all her tweets. She's trying to make sure people cannot see. Reviewed the debate. The moment it was over. Let me see here. Let me see. Okay, so there's not much. There's not much. She didn't go too crazy online. She hasn't gone too nuts. The one thing that I'll show you that Candace shows everybody is crazy. But other than that, she says, are we surprised Andrew outed her as a feminist who will defend the sisterhood before anything? And that's just her talking about Tommy Lauren. This is where she says, hey, Barron, if you guys are going to repeatedly call Charles' widow evil and accuse her of being complicit, you need more than opinions. You admitted you have no evidence. And so did Candace in the debate. Just stop. And this is her actually addressing something that Andrew posted about Baron Coleman, which I showed you guys yesterday, where Baron Coleman said this.
Candace is a winner. No doubt. No doubt Candace walked away a winner. She walked away a winner on every claim, on every count. You can say all you want, Smoke Boy, that she doesn't have any evidence. It's irrelevant. She's allowed to have an opinion. Candace.
So he said that, and that actually got community noted. The Crucible, such a silly name. The Crucible got community noted. The clip misrepresents Baron Coleman's live stream where he stated Candace Owens' opponent conceded the evidence against Tyler Robinson is not overwhelming and defended her circumstantial evidence. So they're getting community noted. His wife is trying to defend them. She posts a clip of Candace.
To think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. I didn't say complicit in death. And listen to this terrible
I don't know why there's music on it. But she didn't say complicit in death. Interesting. She actually didn't. And that's what Rachel just showed in the 11 seconds of that clip that I just played. She just validated Candace's claim there. I'm going to play that one more time.
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. I didn't say complicit in death.
Not complicit somehow? Why the music? I don't know, Mike Riley. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get it. But there should be an option to turn off the music with AI or something. There should be that option because it's terrible. It's just terrible. But yeah, she said complicit somehow, and then in this where the debate was, she says, I did not say complicit in death. So there you go. Complicit somehow. And I think everybody feels that way. And people just can't explain it. Right. Even Joe Rogan, when I said Joe Rogan was leaning towards Candace, he keeps bringing up Erika and he's just it's just weird. She's coming out with sparklers and all this stuff. And everybody just knows it's weird. Everybody knows it's just off, last thing from Rachel before we jump back to Candace here. So now you win the debate if you have opinions, but no evidence to back up those opinions, quote unquote. What on earth? You're not my dad, and I'm allowed to have an opinions. Real big brained stuff from these people. There you go. And that's just, again, her posting the exact same thing of Barron. She posted that twice? Wow, she did. Oh, wow. The Wilsons are having a crash out. Just a crash out. This is wild. To think there's no money involved. You have kids. You both have kids. You can't be crashing out like this. And you got, what, 5 kids? There's 5 kids in the house? Don't you have to be focused? Doesn't one of you have to be focused? You can't both be tweeting. One guy's crashing out in live streams. The other's crashing out on X. You can't do that. There's too many kids. How do you have the time? The only reason you would do that if there was money involved. I don't know what kind of money or from where. Who knows? But, you know. Anyway, let's jump back to Candace here really quick. Just real quick.
With it. Send more, Turning Point. That's how you'll show them. Pay $100,000 an hour to be embarrassed. Genius. What a great idea. That's amazing. That's my new rate, $100,000 if you want me to embarrass you. He must be into that or whatever. Anyways, his wife had responded to that and tried to add to it. Like, I know that they had headpieces, but I'm not really sure why they had these headpieces. I believe the contract stipulated that each of them was allowed to wear an earpiece. That's just a lie. Why do they lie so much? Why do they lie all the time? No, the earpieces, which he and I were sharing left and right, were just a producer. Our producers, we all heard the exact same thing, and PBD had a direct line to them. Then this cope was hilarious because obviously Steven Crowder is somehow invested in this and, just never growing up. And when he did I guess he was on the phone with Andrew Wilson right after the debate, was speaking to him. He kind of tried to imply like one way that we tried to hurt him was by not providing him with hair and makeup, because he looked like he was sweating, like that was our fault or something. Take a listen to this absurd exchange.
Hold on.
Did they Nixon JFK you? Because she has a full stylist and makeup crew. Did they give you makeup and no. You looked a little
I
bit.
would have refused.
You looked a
I
little
would
bit
have
shiny.
refused it.
You looked a
Yeah, I
little
would have
shiny.
refused it.
You looked a little
Yeah.
shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens.
I don't even know what to say about it. It's
That was very weird. He kept interrupting him to say he looked a little shiny because he was like trying to drive the point home, and Andrew wasn't actually taking the bait. Andrew was like, yeah, I would have refused it. I'm not a lady. That's what he wanted to say, which would have been fine to say. Just be, hey, I'm not gay. I don't want to wear makeup. And it's not always gay to wear. It's not always gay to wear makeup, but most of the time. And you're a guy, it feels that way, no matter what. He looked shiny because he was sweating, and that's okay. It's completely fine. Now, I had to find Candace actually talking about this because Candace does this a lot. Candace will say something, okay? She will say one thing on the show, but then when you go to the X version of what she had to say about the same thing, it's a little different, and it's usually way better. Way better. So I'm just going to jump over here real quick. Oh, let me switch over just real quick. This is her talking about this whole this makeup scandal, this debacle, this makeup debacle. She says, okay, just to respond to this gayness. I love immature Candace. I love it. No, I do not employ a full-time glam squad. No, I have never employed wardrobe. Patrick Bet-David can confirm this. Between takes, I take care of myself by applying lip balm. We don't spend money to make ourselves feel important. My literal cousin blew out my hair the night before. She's been my hairstylist, quote unquote, for years. The woman who we normally contract to do makeup in the morning was away traveling on the day of the debate after running to pick up baked goods. So after running to pick up baked goods and breakfast for everyone alongside my producer, yes, we even do our own errands. I started my own makeup. I started on my own makeup. People don't understand how small our team is. We take pride in not striving to become showbiz. So, and then she said more here, even more. She said, and I should say, this is in response to this person. Do you pay your cousin to blow out your hair? Because that is a glam squad when you have a stylist, even if she is related to you. This is a very dumb thing to say. And the only reason I know this is because I watch Real Housewives. So I know what an actual glam squad is. There's one lady, I think her name's Erika Jane. Oh, they all kind of have this, but this one lady, Erika Jane, she's actually dating this guy who's like ex-Delta, this guy, John McPhee. Wild dude. She's dating this guy. She has a glam squad. This glam squad consists of 4 very flamboyant men. These men pop up. They go everywhere with her. So she travels somewhere. She travels with them. They have a chest like Carrot Top. They have a chest filled with things. They have racks of clothing just lined up. And they'll walk up to her and say, I think it should be like a Japan pop type of thing today. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go kimono with the hair. And then it's crazy. And then she sits down and they're just buffing her and just hitting her all sorts of little brushes and stuff I don't understand at all. And that's a glam squad. That's what a glam squad is. A glam squad is not one person doing your hair. Okay. And now, because of my wife, I even know what a blowout is. And blowouts are very simple. So that does not consist of a glam squad. Anyway, just had to throw that out there really quick. The Candace had this to say in response. Yes, I do pay her when she does my hair. I don't go to any salon. She's been doing my hair since before I had a podcast. I like to keep my family around me. My point here is not that she's a full-time employee who stands by and does hair and makeup for me and others during my show. During the actual podcast, it's quite literally just me and my producers. I don't know how to say that name, Sholdy, and Ashley are in my ear saying you have a hair sticking up, and I just correct it like a normal person. She goes, one of the things I hate about politics is it's filling with a bunch of theater boys that are Hollywood rejects. It's not that difficult to dress yourself and wipe your own face if you think you appear oily. Asking a grown man if they were provided makeup and wardrobe to go have a conversation is just gay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, just beautiful. Just beautiful. And I second that. You guys are saying that's how you say Skylar? CSCHUYLER equals Skylar? What? Are you sure? That's kind of weird. Either way, she is correct about that. She is very correct about that. You know, there have been speculations about Steven Crowder, things that I do not condone whatsoever when they say these things about Steven Crowder. Okay. I do not condone the things they say about Steven Crowder at all. It's been heavily speculated that, you know, and it's because he dresses in dresses all the time. That's what it really is. It's not like he's done anything, you know, that I know of. It's because he's always in a dress somewhere. And, you know, it's weird. It's weird to put on a dress so many times. Even the black guys that are a part of weird secret societies that have to wear the dresses because that's how they go to the next level, they do it once or twice. They get dipped in Diddy oil, and that's it. They're done after that. The next thing you know, they're wearing suits and they're like well-to-do gentlemen. They're like, hey, how you doing? Right? But he consists, like, he's rich. Like, he's rich. Like, he's good. You know, say what you want about Crowder. He's good. You know, why are you putting on dresses now? I'm just saying. It doesn't make much sense. People usually do it for fame and money. This guy's doing it just for the love of the thong, just for the love of the game. You know what I mean? It's a bit much. Anyway, let's get into this tweet that Candace talks about. I wanted to read this tweet because she put this out there, but I wanted to read what she says after it, just because I just wanted to know. But if you can't see it here, let me make it a little bigger for you guys. She says, of course, Candace will know the details better. She's been covering this case day in, day out for 11 months and practically nothing else. Andrew had 6 days to prepare. There's no way he was going to beat her on having more knowledge of the details, but that can't win you the argument when you're trying to defend the prompt that she agreed to. Huh. That's wild. So she just said there's no way that Andrew could win? See, this is the thing with her. She talks too much. You know? I'm not like one of those guys that's like, your wife should just, sit there and shut her mouth. I'm not like that, but she's talking too much, And it seems like they don't talk about this beforehand. Believe you me, if my wife was coming out and saying things about me, she'd be like, hey, I'm going to say this thing about you. I'm going to say this thing on Twitter. Is this okay? Not because like I'm in charge, but it's like, let's figure this out. Okay. Before we just put things out there. Anyway, I don't know. It's too bad. I'll play a little bit of this, then we're done.
Andrew had about 6 days to prepare. There's no way he was going to beat her on having more knowledge of the details. Goodness, Rachel. Wow. This is a wife that so she admits that I beat him on that, A, which stands against his I won the debate, but also she admits he doesn't care about this. He walked into Turning Point USA headquarters in June and came out flashing around money and suddenly tweeting at me and attacking me because that's what they orchestrate at Turning Point USA headquarters. This is no longer a serious organization that cares about whether or not people are living their lives admirably. This is no longer, it is crazy to me that if you just go through the clips and learning about Andrew and Rachel Wilson, this is who they tied their horse to, and this is who they're feeding information to, that any person would willfully donate to them, that any person would want their child to sign up for this conservative organization that is not representing conservative principles. My opinion, by the way. What's my positive evidence for it? Andrew Wilson. Is that positive evidence? I don't know. What does it all mean? Can it be my opinion that Turning Point USA is a dumpster fire? Because that's what it is. I do want to address this very quickly. I realize we are now way over time. I don't know if we're going to have time for book club because I didn't realize I had so many words to say. But people were randomly, as soon as I said I would take it. So first it's she's scared. There's money on the table. And that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm being scared and not taking the money. Then I take the money, exactly what he offers, $200K. And I'm the bad guy because how could I take the money? These people are insane. They're just insane. There's no way to make them happy. They can't leave you alone and let you just investigate the case because you got to, the money's on the table. And then they chastise you for taking the money. And they were all instantly like, Candace needs to establish a trust for Erika Kirk. Like the people outside of Michael Knowles, the people that I absolutely despise, all saying this in unison, that I need to donate this money and establish a trust for Charlie's children.
I need to, if there's anyone who's actually said that, has Gary said something like that? That sounds like a Gary level thing to say. She should establish a trust for Erika Kirk. Doesn't she have like $20 million? Oh my gosh. If I had $2 million, I'd be like, man, how about that? How crazy is that? If I had 20, you should be establishing a trust for those children. What? Don't they have one already? Don't they have a crazy one? You would think if you were like, you're a parent whose mom has companies and contracts with DOD and whatnot, you think you'd be like, well, any money I got because my husband passed away in this tragic way, obviously I'm just going to put that in a trust for my children. And then when Officer Tatum, I don't know, makes proceeds or all proceeds, but not all the money, but he said all the money that he raised for Erika goes to Erika, but somehow it wasn't all the money. Okay. Regular Officer Tatum stuff there. You think you'd put that into a trust too? Everybody who gathered up money for the Kirk family, you think that all that would just be going into a trust directly? That's what you'd think. I don't know. Do those kids need the money? I guess you always need more money. I mean, if you had 20 million and somebody's like, hey, I'm just going to give you another 20 million, I guess you'd be like, okay, cool. But I mean, Candace should give it over. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing. I love that Candace even says, she's like, it's like laundering money. She's like, it feels like laundering money.
And then people just randomly telling me what I should do with the money. Like, for example, this person, multimillionaire Candace Owens, should donate her victory money to Tyler Robinson's defense if she really thinks that he's innocent. Andrew Wilson put his money where his mouth is. Why doesn't Candace? Like, I didn't offer Tyler Robinson publicly go across things and say, I'm going to prove to people that I think he's innocent. I'm going to give 300. I never did that. I don't do that. Those sorts of things. That's not what I do. I'm not braggadocious, and nor would any person who knows the least bit about finance be so stupid as to spend $300,000 to have a conversation with someone who debates for free. Always do my annual debates with Piers Morgan. They're for free. Been debating all across college campus. I was doing that for free. I've had debates with Rabbi Shmuley, who I can't stand, on Piers Morgan for free. And so it's just so interesting that actually my entire life, all these people ever do is message me kindly and respectfully and ask for a debate. No one has to throw money around. That's how it works. I've hosted debates. There's been no money involved. This is unique because Turning Point USA just hates me this much. And we're obviously, Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett were retweeting him as he was going after me and offering more and more money. And now they think the solution to that is for me to open a trust for Charlie's children, which in a way, I know it's not, but it feels like money laundering. The organization that's hunting me, you want me to then give the money to the person who would be in control. That would, at first, of course, would be Erika. First and foremost, what I want to say is there are a few things I despise more than fake altruism. People who do charity as a part of a PR program and not because it's necessary or needed. And Charlie Kirk's children have been multimillionaires while he was alive. And that increased in his death. Many people opened trusts, raised money. The last thing that Charlie Kirk's children need is more money. What they need is a stable parent. And unfortunately, I can't give them that.
Damn, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. What they need is a stable parent. I can't give that to them. I have 4 kids. I have a 5th one on the way. I've just adopted Andrew. I'm now his mommy as well. I can't also take on Charlie's kids. I thought Erika was going to fill in there. I don't know what's happening there. Oh, geez. That is nuts. But yeah, it is funny, because, listen, that it didn't happen. It did. Turning Point didn't give Andrew that money. Come on, stop all that. But in a world where they did, and then people are like, you should give the money back to them, all of it, in a donation form. So oh my gosh. They truly are aligned with Philadelphia if that's the tactic that they're running with. That is a truly Philadelphian thing to do. I'm just saying that is a truly Philadelphian thing to suggest. That is crazy. And you almost got away with it. You almost did it. You're close. You're very close. She should give this money back. What? Why? I don't know. It just, give us the money back. Come on. Give it back already. It's so crazy. Yeah, that's fun though. Oh, it's been a fun time. The Wilsons, ladies and gentlemen, they feel like people are after them. I don't think so myself. I think whatever Andrew's feeling there when he says there's a coordinated effort against the Wilsons. Also very, very nice to call themselves the Wilsons like that. Very, very nice. But I think that's happening because of his wife. I think it's happening because of him crashing out online and saying all the things that he's saying in this live stream, because everybody clipped it, even though he deleted it. So everybody clipped it. I think it's partially happening because of that. But I think maybe even a bigger part is because of his wife kind of crashing out the way that she is, because people are jumping on everything that she says. So it's not a coordinated effort. It's that she's putting herself out there. It would be a coordinated effort if she wasn't saying anything and everybody was going after the Wilson. It feels so stupid to call them the Wilsons. If everybody was going after Andrew and his wife, then I would be like, yeah, it seems like there's some kind of coordinated thing there. But she keeps on putting herself out there, and then people keep going, and he keeps putting himself out there. So it doesn't really work like that, you know. Again, very Philadelphian thing to do, right? You know, you're just like, we're such victims. We're such victims. Hey, your wife's attacking people. I know. She has a right to defend herself. Yeah. She actually started it. Yeah, that's right. She did. That's right. And we're victims. That's funny. I'm not connecting that to any people or place or anything like that, you know. It's just an observation. That's all. Someone asked where my positive evidence is. I don't even know what that means. So, unlike Andrew, I'll be honest. I have no idea what that is. So, I don't know where it is. Maybe I have positive evidence. Maybe I don't. I don't even know. Anyways, guys, let's move on. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Wilsonstein. You see the picture? Should I even show this? I guess I should. Have you seen the picture of him and his wife when they first got married? I mean, speaking of Andrew Wilsonstein, I mean, geez, gosh. You know? No, different reasons. What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, Patrick Bet David said both sides won for different reasons. Oh, somebody took the. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You guys who are all fast acting like this, you guys should be clippers. If you guys are watching the show and you can clip a funny rant, you should be doing that. I don't know how Julian does it. Julian does it in a way where he says, if you want to make some money, he's like, sign up to the Discord channel where he has like a clipper channel. I don't know. Maybe I need to do something like that because some of you guys are whippersnappers with it, man. Some of you guys are straight up whippersnappers. Look at this. This person brought up Patrick Bet David's face. It's a little distorted, but you can see Patrick's looking at Andrew like, oh God, this guy's not a numbers guy. This guy right here. I mean, he spent the $300,000, right? And now all of a sudden he's getting dominated by this lady, you know? And he's looking at Candace as she's saying it. Very, just a nice smile on his face. He's like, this lady right here, now she's a numbers guy, okay? She goes ahead and makes $300,000. Now, I like this a lot, okay? She's on Manect. That was another good move that she did, okay? And like most people, she doesn't like Adam, okay? So this right here, this is a numbers guy right here, you know? Someone says show the wedding picture. I have to find it. I got sidetracked. The wedding picture looks crazy though. Rachel looks very nice. I don't have bad things to say about Rachel like other people do. You know, I don't have really bad things to say about her. I mean, she seems annoying. She seems like an annoying person, but you know, you're the energetic match of the person that you're with. You know, in good relationships and bad relationships, you are the energetic match. So she's like Andrew. So that makes sense, right? Let me see here. It looks crazy. It's almost like seeing Matt Walsh without a beard. When you see Matt Walsh without that beard, you're like, oh, you're from Philly. Why didn't you tell everybody you were from Philly, big guy? And he's like, no, I'm a Catholic. I'm always been a Catholic. And you're like, are you sure? You look like a Philly dude. Are you a Philly dude? And he's like, no, not me. I'm just never. No. Wedding. There, let me see if I can find this. Look at that. That's very interesting. I wish I could zoom in on that. I can't though. Right? I make it bigger. But you see him without, look, I'll repost it here. Here's a repost. I reposted it. If you're on X, go check it out. But I mean, you see him without his beard. It looks crazy. It looks nuts. Again, she looks very pretty. She's a pretty lady. Yeah. She's just annoying. That's all. But he looks very much like a Philadelphian without that beard. Very, very much. You know? There's a lot of that going on. Someone said, is that him? Yeah, it's him. It's weird. Very weird. I don't know. Really, it was very weird to me. I was like, how is that him? How is that the same guy? but it is. Looks very much like a Philadelphian. I'm just saying, not accusing anybody. I know that's a heavy accusation to throw around. Not accusing him, just saying he looks very Philadelphian without that beard. It's pretty wild. Go check it out. I reposted it. Go zoom in on your own phone. You'll see what I mean. Yeah, of course it's Andrew. People think it's not Andrew. Yeah, it looks crazy. You know, isn't that nuts how it works? You know, you're younger and you're just thinner. Oh, you should see me years from now. I mean, you can check out my first YouTube videos. Oh, your boy has such a jawline. Your boy has a sharp giant jawline, sharp jawline. And then you just, you know, you get, it's wild. Wild what happens as you get married and kids. It's crazy. Anyway. And yes, it is positive evidence. Someone said Count Pickle, Count Wilson. Hey, listen, okay. I didn't show you that picture for you guys to start calling him a vampire, okay? Listen, come on. What are you guys doing to me here? Well, let's get into it. Officer Tatum, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Tatum in the house. Looking lifeless, as Lainey put it. Lainey, if you're here, you were so right about that when you said that. Looking lifeless. Looks very lifeless. And I think I know why. You know, I think I was on point yesterday when I was talking about Ordinary Men, the book, and how people were, you know, forced, not really forced, but they became World War II bad guys. And it was because of all the things that they were doing day after day. And it just changed them. It just changed them on the inside. I think that's what he's going through with this. So. Let me see here. You can always tell when it's when someone from Andrew's camp messages, because they're used to Andrew having these rage debates with them as they say things, whether it's a super chat or not. And they don't know here it doesn't work like that. I'm not going to show it. And that's it. Yeah, sorry. I know the chat sees it, but I'm not going to go through it and like address it with you. Yeah, that's what happens at Andrew's live streams. You have to go there if you want to have fights and stuff. Not here. I don't do that here. Are you crazy? Anyways, let's get into it. Officer Tatum. This is very interesting. Lainey, if you're here, it's very interesting that the first thing I noticed is that he took these live streams. Someone said Russian bot. Yeah, what a name, huh? He took this live stream from Patrick Bet-David, so he didn't even go to Candace to give Candace the viewership. He made sure to go to Patrick Bet-David instead. Very interesting. Very interesting. Especially because Patrick Bet-David usually claims a lot of things. Like he won't copyright strike you, but he'll claim it and be like, I want your dollars. Listen, I'm a numbers guy. So you made money from showing my clip. I want all the dollars. I know it was just 15 seconds, but I want all the dollars from the clip that you just showed. He's like notorious for trying to do that. So it's very interesting that he chose to jump over to Patrick Bet-David's instead of Candace Owens, who he loves and adores oh so much. So let's watch a few of these clips. And then I don't know how we would find this, Lainey. I have no idea how we would find this. Okay. There is a clip of Andrew saying we have to tie her to her claims, and it's on X somewhere, and it's from the live stream that he deleted. I have no idea how long it is. If there's any way we can find it, that would be great. I just want to find that. I'll talk about it either way because I watched it. I can talk about it. I'm not like Andrew. I won't make you guys wait for a clip, but it was just one part that I really wanted to pull up. Anyway, let's jump in here.
This, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows.
All right, so y'all can kind of get what's going on here. I'm gonna not interrupt once it starts. Maybe I'll interject every now and again. My prelude is that this is insane. That somebody would pay $300,000 to debate Candace on this topic is absolute insanity. My prediction of this is that at the end of it, whoever.
You think he intentionally said $300,000? You think he intentionally did that, or he just like kind of messed up the thing? You know, like Andrew is like, has to be 3.3 hours, right? 3.5 hours. He just went and said that. You know, he didn't really correct himself. It's very weird. Do you think he did that on purpose? I didn't even notice that the first go round. I wonder if he did that on purpose. Is it like a signaling thing? Someone just said always 33. Yeah, it is. Always. It's really weird. Why do they keep doing that? Is it a signal for what I'm about to talk about? Because right now I'm talking about him, Andrew trying to get her into a defamation type of place, right? And I know you guys have seen this all before. You guys have seen this debate, so it's like we're not going to sit and harp on the debate, but beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What is your name? Ray? Is that Ray? It's Ray Storm. Thank you so much. It's Ray Storm. I found your clip. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Lainey, we found it. We found it. She sent it 37 minutes ago, apparently. Thank you very much. Not 33 minutes ago. You know, it's very weird. Anyway, let's keep going.
Whoever like Candace is going to like Candace and believe her, whatever she say. Whoever like Andrew is going to believe Andrew, whatever he says. And I honestly feel like that Candace is not dumb, even though I think that she's wrong about this topic. She's going to filibuster and come up with every angle that I think Andrew may not be prepared for. But we shall see. Roll it.
Charlie Kirk, opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him?
So we're not going to put you guys through Andrew's voice for that long. We're not going to do that to you guys. Okay, I'm not going to hold you over the coals like that. Then we're going to jump over to 32 minutes concession on degraded prints. And then Officer Tatum gives a little bit of talk on that. Let me see here. Very interesting.
I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace.
Question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof
I got to
of
say
mine.
this. It was determined that his was 1 trillionth times more likely it was his prints over anybody else. Degradation could come through him brushing his finger over the trigger, him wiping the trigger, anything like that. Degradation does not mean that he wasn't the most prominent player.
It doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
Hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance?
Yeah, someone just said fact checked wrong Tatum. Like, yeah. He's running this weird cover for Andrew. You know? So it's like, we kind of, I don't want to say we got fooled, but his first statement about this whole thing was that you got to be stupid to do this kind of thing. And that kind of made us think that possibly he could be in the middle when it came to this.
Now I guess there's a debate going on this Friday. Candace and Andrew Wilson, I think his name is. He gave her $300,000 to debate her. What world are we living in that a human being can be so stupid to think that if this person is wrong, I'm going to pay you $300,000 to argue with you on your platform that's going to have 300,000 people watching, where you're going to make all the money. You're going to make $400,000 just for me to argue with you. You can't be that stupid. I wouldn't pay anybody money to debate me. What are you going to pay you to debate me for? We can debate for free. You already going to get the revenue for the debate being on your channel. Why would I pay you money?
It's so funny. It's like his mind's coming undone. Why would I? Hold on. Who would do that? And like, how he even had that money? And like, it's like he working with Turning Point, and then, but he just training debaters, and then he have $300,000, and then he just bring it over to Candace, and and then he's saying things for Turning Point. I don't who would do such a thing. He's like slowly learning, but I think he did this for a reason. I really think, I'm past the point of just being like, oh, Officer Tatum's just like dumb. I think he's cunning, and I think he is very shifty in what he is currently doing to Candace. And I'm going to talk about this throughout this whole thing. I just wanted to show a few clips of him actually commenting on it. So now I just showed that one clip where he seems like he's kind of running cover for Andrew. He's fact checking Candace. Timestamp on, my wife's in here. Timestamp on what? ? On the clip of Andrew ? Pretty sure that's what it is. Look at that. My wife's over here. She's in the chat. Look at what's going on. Wife's everywhere right now. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. But yeah, it seems like he's running this weird cover. It's kind of like the way that Myron was running cover for Blake when they were in that Spaces together. And then Blake left that Spaces Myron leaves the spaces at the same time. Blake goes to another spaces. Myron joins that same spaces and keeps on running cover for him. Very weird. Then that dude, Uncle Tom, who's owned Gary so many times, actually accuses Myron of kissing the wall, and Myron completely flips out on that Uncle Tom guy. I'll find that clip another time. I don't have that clip right now, but I saw that clip just this morning, and that Uncle Tom guy was calling him out. He's like, what's going on with you? He's like, you're like some kind of wall kisser all of a sudden. And Myron got really, really mad. Anyway, let's keep going here. You like that, the wall kisser? Let's go to the next one. Most detailed DNA summary. This is Officer Tatum. Of course, we want to hear what he has to say about this. And I am trying to not give too much overlap of the actual debate, because I know we've all seen it, et cetera, et cetera. I'm doing my best there.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
Are
you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle of it.
let's
So
end it
what
on
would
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes.
I did freeze. Hold on. Let me just reset. Froze with my mouth open. Jeez. Good gosh. Here, deactivate there. Reactivate there. There we go. No idea what happened there. Have you heard Sneako's song Wall Kisser? No. No, I haven't. It's so crazy. There's a song called Wall Kisser that we can just go and listen to. No, I have not heard that song quite yet. I don't see a lot of Sneako. I see Sneako's stuff in clips because he has that Clipper team. Those Clippers are going nuts. Someone said Laney said BB's doing me dirty with the freezing of everything. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all we keep on going. We don't worry about BB. Anyway, let's go.
Minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, fairly
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna fast forward past the ad break, just to catch back up to where we were. I mean, obviously you watch it on my channel. If you don't want me to stop or pause, you can go watch it on their channel. But the reason that I'm watching it is because I want to give a little bit of context. Right now, I don't think neither one of them are really pressing the arguments like I would like them to do and get to the meat and potatoes. That's why these debates and stuff are always frivolous, because they never, people get to arguing and they forget what they're supposed to be talking about. I do believe that
he does debates. He goes on Piers Morgan and does debates. He has aided Charlie Kirk in Turning Point in being under the tent doing debates. He has watched Charlie Kirk do debates. He's watched Candace Owens do debates. I believe he's been side by side with Candace doing debates. And also they're frivolous. Okay, cool. Understood.
in this stage, what I'm watching is that Candace is incorrect about a lot of things according to this trial. I was physically there. It wasn't just a guy saying he had the same tennis shoes. You're talking about 30 hours of testimony that I sat through. It was a whole bunch of other stuff. It was a whole bunch of other people coming to the stand. It was confessions, and it was a lot, man.
He is lying. This is so crazy. This is not even what I'm trying to get to. Actually, kind of is. It kind of is in the vein of what I'm trying to get to. But he is. There was confessions. He says there's 30 hours of testimony. And there were confessions. Do you see how he kind of weaves things together? I've talked about this before. We're trying to weave things together. When you hear 30 hours of testimony, you're thinking that there's people on the stand, 30 hours of that. And then he says confessions. And you think to yourself, oh, that means people were on the stand confessing certain things. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. I don't understand what it is with this guy. I mean, I think I do. I think, somebody said it in the chat. Someone said it in the chat. I didn't say it. Someone in the chat said that they think he's being paid by bad actors. That's what someone else said. Not me. I wouldn't say that. Someone else said it. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, very, very weird that he's saying that. 30 hours of testimony. He knows for a fact that Lance Twiggs didn't sit there for 30 hours. He knows that. He knows that's what he knows. And he knows that Lance Twigg did say, yeah, similar shoes. He knows that's true. And he's acting like it's not. It's crazy. And again, he's doing this to Candace. This is not something where he's saying it about both of them. He's saying this about Candace. He's going out of his way to degrade what Candace is saying on this debate, I should say.
And it's shocking to me that people think somehow that Tyler Robinson didn't do it, or they feel like they're compelled to overwhelmingly that he didn't do it. I mean, we'll pop it back up when they start up again. But he confessed to it. The DNA was overwhelming. They just questioned. They tried to create a little bit of doubt. So they go, well, there was 5 other people. And then the lady goes, well, he was 1 trillion percent more, that it was, his DNA over other people's DNA on a screwdriver, on a gun, on a foregrip.
He said 1 trillion percent. He said 1 trillion percent. Mama, baby, what is it? That coach calling me out because I said 1 trillion percent about something, mama. And I'm trying to let these people know that 1 trillion percent is a thing. And you could be 1 trillion and 1 trillionth. Mama, baby, you're not even making sense no more. You're not even trying to make sense no more. What is going on with you, baby? This getting crazy. Every time I come talk to you, you getting dumber and dumber and dumber. What's happening, baby? Mama, I'm just trying to figure it out. BB, he give me these scripts and he giving me these talking notes. And then Andrew Covette come and give me something. And then Blake, the booty boy, he come give me something too. And then Erika say I got to memorize it all and I got to combine it. Mama, reading comprehension's never been my thing. Baby, this getting ridiculous now. You got to go ahead and follow the Lord, baby. You walking down the path of Satan right now, baby. And I agree with her 1 trillion percent.
Like his DNA wasn't just on the finger, on the trigger. It was on the foregrip, the handle, the optic, the barrel, the shell casings, all of the ammo. The same DNA that he had on the ammo in his gun was the DNA. His DNA was on ammo at the house, which matched the same ammo that was in the gun. He had a Dremel, I think it's called, where he etched. His DNA was on a Dremel. He got text message to Lance Twiggs saying he's going to etch things into bullets. I mean, my goodness, dude, I can't find a more compelling case. He's screwed. I mean, he's screwed. Unless they somehow can convince that DNA was completely a lie, but they had the entire chart of DNA. They ran down an entire qualification for these experts on how the lab is certified, how they double and triple check one another. It's people living in la la land if they think that the evidence that was presented is not overwhelming.
Fantastic.
Roll it.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button. It helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PB Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation we're having, right? Okay. Let's stay there and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one here. Again, this is just me showing how he is going out of his way to back Andrew, out of his way to make sure that people know that Candace is 100% wrong. And then we'll just go to the next one. Is this okay? You did switch it up. Hold on. Hold, please. Lainey did switch it up here. Let me get rid of this one then. I think. I don't know. I might have done the wrong thing just now. We'll see. Whatever. Get rid of this one. Whatever. It's fine. Here. And then I'll just bring this one up. Thank you so much for correcting that, Lainey. Appreciate you. Then we'll just bring this one up here. Let's play this next one.
Some other stuff I got to do today. I thought they were going to do the interview earlier. I thought it was going to be maybe an hour. We'll maybe address some of this stuff later. We'll get some clips together. But just my take on this interview, and y'all can go watch it on Candace's show. You can go watch it on Patrick David or Andrew Wilson's show. My whole take on this is that she just made a bag. She's made a bag. $300,000 to do that debate. You don't have to really be held accountable for nothing you say. None of them really have any concrete, unequivocal evidence. They've shown some things that I think that made Andrew appear to be winning this debate so far. But at the end of the day, they still haven't gotten to half of the stuff that they need to talk about. And Patrick David needs to moderate moving forward just a little bit because, and the crazy thing is that Candace has said, and I saw the video, the guy Milk TV posted it, that Erika killed Charlie. Unequivocally, Erika killed Charlie. Erika got him killed. Erika knew something about his death. Turning Point USA was responsible for his death. Not they could be, not I think they were responsible. And those things, hopefully they bring it up. All right, love you guys. I got to get to something else that I have to do today.
Lifeless. Lifeless was the perfect word, Lainey. That was the perfect word. You know, the fact that he says that, and I'm glad we have it queued up one more time. And again, shout out to Rainstorm. I think it's Rainstorm, right? Am I wrong about that? I'm probably wrong about that. I mispronounce names all the time. Let's pull that up really quick because that goes right along with what we're talking about here. Someone said the timestamp. I believe she said the timestamp was at 2 hours and 23 seconds. Here, we'll just stop right here. Bring that up. And then we'll go into Andrew's crash out after this.
Her bullshit gets refuted with actual evidence. And so I have evidence for that too. None of them. I just couldn't believe it. My entire purpose for going down there is the best $300,000 I ever spent. To get her on record and tie her to her positions. And she tied herself to her positions and she tied them up tight. 0% chance it wasn't Robinson. Yes, Israel and France were involved. Yes, Erika Kirk is complicit. Yes, tie her to her tie them to their claims, man. No evidence that he's a patsy whatsoever. No evidence for any of her claims, but I have tons of evidence to the contrary of her claims.
You know, he starts talking about how you have to tie her to her claims. And why is that worth $300,000 for a guy that has not been invested in this case at all? It'd be different if he was like a Baron Coleman, where he had been talking about this for months and he has the next biggest library of information about the case besides Candace Owens. It would be completely different if that were the case, but that's not the case. He just kind of jumped in a month and a half ago. I'll be generous and say 2 months ago. He kind of called Erika names. He kind of said, this is dumb. He kind of said the theories are a little dumb here and there throughout the past 11 months. But he only really locked in about a month and a half ago around. As soon as they, just before he announced that he went to Turning Point headquarters and hugged Erika and trained debaters and all this stuff. That's around when he locked in. It's very weird. So now all of a sudden it becomes really important for him to tie her to her claims. And then at the same time that he's doing this debate and he is trying to get her to commit to something, say something that can get her charged with defamation, or sued for defamation, I should say, we have Officer Tatum making sure to say this while this is all going on. Now, also, if you listen to Officer Tatum, he says there's a lot more things that they need to be talking about. Kind of the same way Gerald, is it? Gerald? Whatever his name is, Crowder's guy, kind of the same way he's saying, well, this is what Andrew needs to do, and this is what Andrew's going to do in the second half, almost like he knows exactly what's going to go on. Almost like he is navigating Andrew in some kind of way. This is just very weird, the way he knew exactly what Andrew was going to do. Although all he's supposed to be doing is pulling up the clips and being the guy that helps provide him with a live stream, et cetera, et cetera. At that same time that we have Gerald saying all that stuff, we have Andrew trying to get Candace to tie herself to something that can have her charged with defamation. We have Officer Tatum making sure to go out of his way before he ends his live stream to say this.
The guy Milk TV posted it, that Erika killed Charlie. Unequivocally, Erika killed Charlie. Erika got him killed. Erika knew something about his death. Turning Point USA was responsible for his death. Not they could be, not I think they were responsible. And those things, hopefully they bring it up. All right, love you guys. I got to get to a.
He's like, hopefully they bring that up. Hopefully they get Candace to tie herself, as Andrew said, tie herself to that claim. Hopefully that actually happens. The reason that, and this is why I love that Lacey said he seems lifeless. The reason it seems like to me, why he seems lifeless, is he knows, and I could be wrong, my opinion, allegedly, maybe, perhaps, it seems like he understands what they're trying to do to Candace. He understands that they're trying to get her wrapped up in this defamation thing, that they're trying to make sure she, like Andrew says, ties herself to her claims, ties herself up tight, that whole thing. He knows what's happening to his friend. And in saying what he just said in that clip, he's also helping that along. And he knows that's what he's doing. And that's why he seems lifeless in this video. That's why he seems kind of like, he's not like wide-eyed and all like he was before and like he usually is. It's because he understands exactly what's happening to his friend. And he knows, and that he is slightly participating in it, or at least on the sidelines watching it happen, not warning his friend, but instead helping the other side achieve their goals, making sure to cover the same debate, not even giving Candace the viewership of him watching the debate, not even doing that, gives the viewership to Patrick Bet-David, doesn't call his friend like he said he was going to call his friend, says, hey, and I talked about this yesterday, this Milk TV or Milk Bar TV, I forget what his name is, something Livingstone or something like that. But he posts videos of Candace all the time out of context. He makes sure to always do it. He uses that guy as a source for his friend Candace. That's why he seems lifeless in this video. That's why. As soon as Lainey said he seems lifeless, it all started. And then I heard Andrew say that thing about tie her to her claims, and that he was saying basically the same thing that Andrew's saying. I was like, that's what's going on here. That's what's going. Allegedly, maybe, my opinion. I don't know. Maybe not. Whatever I have to say. Maybe not. Allegedly, maybe, perhaps. Very sad. Very sad what's going on with him. Someone said Officer Judas. Oh, man. It seems that way. It really seems that way. Because if you were really friends with her, you seemed like you'd contact her and say, this is what's going on. Okay? You didn't hear it from me. You have many sources. Consider me a source and please protect me and do not burn me as a source. This is what they're doing. Now, hey, listen, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe this is he just decided to do this. And he just decided to say these things about Candace. And he just decided to say the thing about Erika at the very end before he finished. And maybe it's just a coincidence that lined up with the fact that Andrew had three or four clips all about Erika and her being complicit or not being complicit. Maybe him harping on that. Maybe Gerald making sure, because he was actually part of the team, Crowder's guy, is the one that loaded up the clips, had the clips ready. His team at least had the clips ready. Maybe all of it's just coincidence. And maybe it's also coincidence that the president said to Erika, you need to sue these people who are saying this stuff about you, when he was talking directly about Candace. Maybe it's all just one big coincidence, you know? Maybe my tinfoil Speedo is just on way too tight. You know, it's just on way too tight. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe I'm being incredibly, incredibly charitable to Officer Tatum, because that HelloFresh ad thing was hilarious, you know? maybe that's it. You know, when he informed us what they do with fiber so they can do like that, maybe it just has a special place in my heart, you know, and I just don't have the heart to accuse him of things like this. But it seems very weird, very, very weird. And that's the trap that I think they have set up for her. That's the trap that I think they have set up for her. And I think it's very nefarious what's going on here. And again, the reason I say that, you know, more so why I think this, why this is theory and allegedly an opinion, blah blah blah, all that stuff, is because we've seen Andrew admit that he was working with Turning Point, right? And it was just the one time, and that's it, and blah blah blah. But for some reason, he has an official. Oh, geez. He has an official. The official liaison of all Charlie Kirk conspiracy stuff, right? He just took that on, and no one at Turning Point said, actually, no, he doesn't have an official anything with us. No one said anything, and then within days of him saying that, all of a sudden, some guy from the whatever podcast who's good friends with Andrew is now like, hey, Candace, $50,000, or maybe it was lower, $50,000 to debate. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Maybe it's all just a coincidence. I don't know. But he says he's working with Turning Point at one point, has an official position. The next thing you know, he's debating Candace literally 3 weeks after announcing that official position, right? Debating Candace now. We know Tatum works with Turning Point. He has the Turning Point logo in his bio on X. We know that he works with Turning Point. We know he has connections to Turning Point. We know that he lives in Arizona. We know all that about Tatum. And we also know that Crowder has a very, I don't know, I'll just say an interesting connection to Turning Point. You know, it's not as prevalent as the Daily Wire's connection to Turning Point, but it is there. And we do know that all of these people that I've just mentioned have all been saying the same talking points, especially when it comes to Candace Owens. So I can't say there's some big conspiracy happening. Can't say that there's something happening that they're all participating in, but I don't know. Seems like it. What's this? What's up? If it didn't jump clips 38 minutes, what he's talking about? What is he talking about? 38 minutes? What's he talking about at 38 minutes, Laney? Yeah, let me see quickly. Just quick. I think we went over it already. I can't tell if I did this minutes ago because I'm so bad with my DMs. I have no idea if I already covered this. I think we covered this already.
If it's a qualified person that is giving hearsay, then it's fair to determine probable cause, which will lead you to a actual trial. Roll the clip.
Well, hey,
Crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no
I mean,
dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say Candace,
here, I'll give you the argument.
I'm gonna play it, but just real quick. When you talk about 1102, you talk about hearsay. What you see in a trial is someone who's an expert who's reading a document from an expert. But in trial, the expert has to be present so they can be cross-examined. In 1102, in a pre-hearing, you allow for an expert to be qualified as an expert. And then they look over and say, is this the document from the medical examiner? They qualify the medical examiner's document and they say, can you read what the medical examiner determined? That's what 1102 is. In the trial, the medical examiner have to come and give testimony and be cross-examined. You don't need that in pre-trial. Roll the clip.
Which is a fact.
He's always covering parts of it that don't apply. That's what he always does. Tatum. Yeah, but that was something else that we were looking into there quickly that I wanted to play. But someone said Sutton is super annoying. Oh yeah, you're behind. You're way behind. But we agree. You will see this in an hour or so. I agree. Sutton is annoying. For the housewives tribe out there that knows what I'm talking about. But let's jump over to Andrew and the crash out. We will find that slowly. But yeah, that's the whole thing why I wanted to play Officer Tatum and his reactions to it. Because he's running this cover for Andrew. He's making sure to give more validity to what Andrew is saying about Candace saying that Erika is complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk. He even goes as far as to say that Candace said directly that Candace said Erika murdered Charlie Kirk, which is just not true. So it's just more of Tatum playing a role in trying to tie Candace to her claims. And it's gross. It's gross. It's devious, man. It's devious. And I hope he changes. I don't know what else to say about that, honestly. I hope he changes. I hope he stops doing whatever he's doing for whatever reasons he's doing it. But I think it's all in the pursuit of money and power. I really can't see anything else. I really can't see anything else other than the money and power. Because it's do you hate Candace? I don't think he hates Candace. I know I say that, but it's he acts like it. I don't think in his heart he hates Candace. I don't think she's done anything for him to hate her. She's never even spoken a negative word about him. So it can't be that. It has to be something else, right? That's what makes me go towards money. That's what makes me go towards power, money, something, opportunity, something's happening. And we're just not privy to it, but we can all see it. We all can see it and feel something's going on there. Anyway, someone said he can't change. You know, if he accepts Christ in his heart, not just on his tongue, be mature, you know what I mean, then he can change. It is there for him. Salvation is there the second that you look for it. You know, the second that you seek it, it's there. But you have to seek it, and you have to turn away from the bad things that you're doing. He needs to repent. Exactly. You know, that's where salvation is. Anyways, let's get into Andrew here. His crash out is magnificent. So magnificent that he made sure to delete. Yeah, Tatum's trying to be a billionaire. Yeah, it's a rough road to being a billionaire. That's for sure. A lot of getting dipped in baby oil as a billionaire, you know?
Kirk staff. These people are the biggest fucking line con artists on planet Earth. Investigation, my ass. They didn't even butt.
I'm not going to be investigating his butt like he requested. I don't think any of us are going to be investigating his butt. I don't think that's something that any of us want to do. Whatever the mystery is with his butt that he's talking about, I think we're going to just let that mystery go uninvestigated. So he can request that all he wants, but I'm not doing it. I don't know. Maybe Candace will do it. Barron, perhaps. They're hard-nosed journalists. Maybe they can handle that kind of thing. I can't stomach that kind of stuff. I have no idea, but I'm not going to seek that mystery, whatever it might be.
To do any due diligence at all. I'm not a fucking reporter. I'm not an investigative journalist. How the fuck am I just a guy on the internet fucking has stalled out left-wing agendas where I can? How the fuck am I the one who has the logic or reason here to try to falsify their own position in search of real, tangible evidence? Why? Why? I have a shitload of never before seen, never before publicly released evidence. Tons of it. No, I'm not going to drip it out. Maybe some of it.
This is very funny. This is very weird. It's a very weird crash out. You know, it seems like he's really mad about the debate. He's mad that he lost, and he's saying he has a sugar honey iced tea ton of evidence that's never been seen before. Shouldn't that be in the possession of the people in the trial? Why do you have it? And how long has Turning Point had it? And why did they sit on it and not give it to the authorities? Why are they giving it to you? And why are you dripping it out? Not all of it. He's only going to drip a little bit. Just gross, you know?
I kind of thought about some of it because I have a feeling I know where she's going to go after her bullshit gets refuted with actual evidence. And so I have evidence for that too. None of them. I just couldn't believe it. My entire purpose for going down there is the best $300,000 I ever spent. To get her on record and tie her to her positions. And she tied herself to her positions and she tied them up tight. 0% chance it wasn't Robinson. Yes, Israel and France were involved. Yes, Erika Kirk is complicit. Yes, tie her to her tie them to their claims, man. No evidence that he's a patsy whatsoever. No evidence for any of her claims, but I have tons of evidence.
Someone just asked, they're like, how is this a crash out? You know? How's this a crash out? Because he deleted it after. Because he's visibly shaking as he's saying all this. He's yelling and screaming at his audience that he won the debate and he has more evidence and he's going to keep on going and this is not going to stop and screw these people. That is why it's a crash out. Okay? Maybe you're in your 50s and you don't know what a crash out is. Okay? It's when you go on a belligerent rant uncalled for because you already won a debate. If you won already, none of this is necessary. The only way this becomes unnecessary is if you think you lost, or if you're getting pissed off with the fact that the consensus on X and otherwise is that you lost, that your wife has to run out and defend you on X, that you have to make this live stream. And then, although you're saying, how is this a crash out? He was like, I'm going to delete this entire thing. I just spent hours doing this. This is how I make my money. I have not got the 300,000 back through donations like I wanted, but I'm going to delete this entire thing. That's how you know it's a crash out. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you very much.
It's to the contrary of her claims. What these people do is they use what's called the evidence of the gaps argument. It's just like the God of the gaps argument. They're fallacious for a reason. I don't have evidence, so I'll just make it up. I don't have evidence, well, then I'm just going to use this to explain that gap as though it's true. How do I know that they rely heavily on the evidence of the gaps? Because Owens said so herself in the debate. Owens herself in the debate said to me, well, it's my timeline, and I know that this receipt's not verified. I know for sure he wasn't there. I know for sure that, well, she didn't say I know for sure he wasn't there, but I know for sure I haven't verified he was there. I have no verification of this at all. But I'm still going to present this timeline as though it's fact because there's gaps in my evidence. This fills the gaps in my evidence. That's it. Never seen anything like it, ever. You know, you're charging, you idiot. How the fuck, for the guy who you claim knew the least about the case, how am I the only one who pulled up a fucking fact check that was right?
Oh, he's angry. He's angry. And somebody said, in his defense, he always deletes his live streams. Oh, okay. What tab am I on? Oh, gosh. Am I on the live stream tab? Oh, goodness. Are there live streams here? Oh, gosh. Well, never mind, I guess. Give me a cigarette. I'm going to go into Andrew mode right now and talk to this person, I got a mug too. Mine's cuter than his is, but I got one too, Oh my gosh. All right, let's just keep going here quickly.
These people never had anything. They never had any evidence at all. It's so fucking insane.
It's very interesting to keep on with this no evidence thing, right? Like, here's the thing. Like, if you're going to talk about no evidence, and you're going to talk about these people, right? So 3 people that I look at the most when it comes to the investigation, obviously Candace, obviously Barron. Diligent Dennison is a great source because he's on the ground. He does a lot of different things. And it's aside from what Barron and Candace are covering. So when you look at this, are you really saying with everything that Barron has covered, everything that he pulled up, the fact that he figured out that, Tyler Robinson couldn't possibly have been, what time he was Mirandized at, and all these different things that Barron has stumbled onto and looked into, all the things that Candace has stumbled into, looked into, figured out through sources, you're really going to say they have no evidence for anything, just nothing, And then look at Candace weird when she says, I think there's 0% chance about something. Because when you say they have no evidence, that's you saying there's 0% chance they have anything in regards to this case. 0% chance. Are you sure? That's hundreds. You're looking at, between those 3 people I just mentioned, you're looking at close to 1,000 hours of investigation. Are you positive there's nothing within that 1,000 hours And we all know here, if you guys have, if you guys are watching the show, if you're watching Candace's show, if you're watching, someone said he meant positive evidence. Are you sure that if you're like, how long it takes to watch Candace's show, how long it takes to watch Barron's show? Do you think he's actually done any of that? Do you think he's actually sat down and said, well, it's time to examine this Baron Coleman, right? The fact that he sat down and said, you're going on vibes and you're going on vibes and dreams and whatnot, it shows that he hasn't actually watched Candace's show. I know what it seems like. I have a bunch of friends that are Zio Rangers to the fullest. And they come to me with certain things. And I'm like, you saw this in a clip. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, have you ever watched the show? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, then we're not talking, man. We can't talk properly because I watched too many hours and you haven't watched any. So we're not doing this. We're not having a conversation based on a clip that you saw out of context. It's clear that's what he's doing. It's getting really odd. The amount of people who are just like, no receipts, no evidence, none, no matter what, every single time. Now, I'm going to be playing some of these clips. There might be some overlap. Anytime there is, I'll just skip on to the next one.
Investigation, my ass.
Again, I won't be doing that. I won't be looking into what's going on with. I'm not looking into that area. I'm just not doing it. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Let's see what he has here.
Because it's so fun to watch. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Plausible. Somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it. Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations? Is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people.
She concedes yes. I think that's the reason why
people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, so if there's 100 other plausible explanations in Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there.
No.
Hold on. Are you gonna play the rest of what she says? Hold on a second. Oh, this is sad.
No.
He should play it though. He's gonna play it for sure.
Oh no, she's not saying we should go with the idea it was a Patsy. Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there
he skipped over it. Oh gosh, yeah, he is. He's very upset. He skipped over it. She was about to say what she meant. He skipped it. But you know what? Hey, when you're on your show, you can do that if you want to, you know? That's so funny. Because I was like, oh, he's playing every single word. He's for sure going to play it. And then he skipped it. All right. Well, hey, listen, completely allowed to skip over things that don't help what you're trying to cover. I get it. Hey, you're pissed. You got your conductor hat on. You're in a dark room. There's a bunch of kids running around upstairs. I get it. I get it completely. I understand. That is so funny. Wow. I was like, oh, he's just going to click pause right here. But he went ahead and skipped over it. Did he actually? Nah, he couldn't have. Here,
why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there.
No.
She's saying, I'm saying, okay, so let's hear.
Oh no. She's not saying we should go with the idea it was a Patsy. Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
Damn.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, Why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy.
Oof. I'm not saying we should go with the idea it was a patsy.
Oh my gosh. Viva is the Riddler, and he is slowly becoming the Joker. But instead of being like a comedian who's like not doing so well, more so, he's a debater that's not doing so well. Right. And slowly, he just starts to devolve, you know. He's just losing his mind. Oh my gosh. Jeez, that is so funny. That is so good. I love that. I love it. And good for him, man. Listen, can a guy just lose his mind on his own show? You know? We take the time to make these shows. If we want to go nuts on our own shows, that's how it should be. I get it. You know? That's hilarious.
That's when I knew it was done, by the way. That was the exact moment. If you were able to scroll the camera over to my face, you would have seen the smirk. You would have seen the smug. It went something like this.
Wow. So he actually doesn't play what she was about to say, which is, again, it's completely fine. You shouldn't have to really be fair on your own show. You know, screw it. Screw being fair on your own show. Whatever. You know, I'm with him. That's why I'm playing these clips. You think I'm going to go watch Andrew's show? Get out of here. Kick rocks. I'm not doing that. I'm not watching his show. Somebody tagged all of us in this. Oh, this is Black Line Brief. Oh, okay. Andrew Wilson, his own words tell you everything you need to know. During the debate, Candace Owens, Andrew admitted he's only 75 to 85% convinced Tyler Robinson did it. By his own assessment, there's still 15 to 25% possibility that he didn't do it. Then in his closing, Andrew effectively concedes the debate was a stalemate, not the decisive victory his defenders have spent the last 48 hours trying to manufacture. But what Andrew did today is even more revealing. He went live on the Crucible and spent the stream trashing Candace Owens to his own audience while accepting money from his viewers, but made sure the broadcast couldn't be paused, rewound, or clipped, and it wasn't left publicly available afterward. If you're confident enough to say it live, have the courage to leave it up so everyone can hear your arguments, scrutinize them, clip them, respond. Instead, the only thing we have is this 32-second clip. Well, you were wrong about that, Black Line Brief. Some other people decided to clip a whole bunch of it as well. And I don't even know why those people did it. I don't even know why Black Line Brief did it. I would just naturally assume it would just be there afterwards. I don't know. I guess other people don't trust. They don't trust Andrew as much as I do. You know,
Might have shut down. There's a bunch of VTubers who are pretty supportive of you. Are you much of a VTuber watcher? Not really my thing. There is one. What's that guy's name? He's pretty funny. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. His like anime avatar has white hair and shit. He's a funny guy. Don't you think if she had any credibility to what she was saying, she would have slipped? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Kaiser, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. Might have shut down. There's a bunch of VTubers.
VTubers are mainly furries and stuff. It's an interesting community of people, you know, very interesting community of people. I know the person that he's talking about. It kind of makes me a nerd because I know who he's talking about, but you know, what can I do? You know, can't fight it. Your boy stays tuned in, so I know what he's talking about. Anyways, let's move away from this. Let's move on to the next one here. Is this Daisy? Is this next one Daisy? Which one was Daisy? I know one of them was Daisy. Actually, no, I think we have a couple more clips here. Let's see. Well, we also have this. Andrew Wilson is making sure to let Candace know. Candace conceded the entire debate, didn't even realize it. Is there any equally 100 plausible explanations? Is there equally 100 other plausible explanations? Yes. And that's it. Yeah, no, someone said a little gay that I know. Well, what can I do? They pop up sometimes on X. I don't know. You know, you watch Asmund Gold long enough, you're going to see a VTuber pop up. You know, what can you do? If there's 100 other explanations, there's no evidence of a cover-up. Let me read that again. If there's 100 other plausible explanations, then there's no evidence of a cover-up. Still waiting for evidence. But if there's 100 other explanations, couldn't one of them be the cover-up? I don't know. Listen, I'm not as intelligent as Andrew is, obviously, right? I am not the person who came up with lick schniz. I am not that guy. He came up with lick schniz. I have never come up with anything like that before. So he has now another video, what really happened in the Candace Owens debate. So it's just more of him talking about it. It's just not going to stop. Or is this? Yeah. Okay. So this is like another part of that video. So he took it down and then clipped a part of it. Oh, that's not smart. That's not what you do. You leave the whole thing up. That's how you maximize your revenue. When you take it down, YouTube gets pissed. It stalls your channel. Oh, you're not supposed to do that. That's actually really bad. But whatever. Tell him if you want to. I'm not going to tell him. You know what's funny? Andrew actually knows about the background checks being ran on me. You know that? He actually, one guy who's actually friends with him actually contacted me, and he was trying to get clarification on the whole background check thing. And then I told him what I knew about it. And he was like, I was telling Andrew. He's like, and he didn't believe me. So Andrew was like in disbelief. He was like, there's no one running background checks on YouTubers because of them looking into the case, or, you know, he's like, that's not happening. And then that person actually, I guess, relayed the information I gave him. And he's like, whoa. Probably doesn't care, but he was a little surprised by it. But we all were. So it's fine. Someone said Andrew got cooked. Yeah, I mean, he got cooked so bad that he's doing all this. I'm telling you, man, this is not what you do when you won. When you win, this is not what you do. Believe you me, if I won a debate, I wouldn't be doing all this. There'd be no videos of me being like, just so you guys know, this is when I won. You guys would just know when I won. And I'd be like, hey guys, did you see me win? And you guys would be like, yeah, I did actually. We did see you win. It was crazy. I wouldn't have to run it back and tell you guys all sorts of stuff and be like, well, and then it happened here, and then here, and then in this part. And then when she said this, because I said this, that's when I won. I wouldn't have to do all that. So I think what I'm saying is I think even he knew that he lost this one. Which, you know, it happens. You know, what are you going to win every single debate? That's impossible, especially when what you do is debate. There's no way you're going to win every single time. Andrew Wilson, mission accomplished. Operation Let Her Speak. It's a colossal success. I got everything I wanted out of that debate. Oh, good for him. Let's see.
This preliminary
Mission accomplished. Operation Let Her Speak is a colossal success. Got everything I wanted out of that debate, including the major concession on the Patsy. Let's hear it again, because it's so fun to watch.
How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Plausible. Somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
Is there equally 100?
Oh, okay. Overlap again. This is just him. He's going to play everything except for the part where she explains herself. Cool. Which again is completely fair on your own show. It's like, why would you play anything else? Then we have Daisy here talking about Mr. Crucible himself. He says, bombshell, breaking new evidence, boys and girls. We are going to blow this case wide open. There is no way they can stop us. Join me tonight. Proceed peak. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sure that means something with him in his community. You know, same way mints means something to us. Daisy then says, making a mockery of the case and telling everybody that you're going to drip new evidence from Turning Point USA by the end of the week while keeping it behind a paywall is diabolical. Hey, listen, he wants to make money. He literally has to make $210,000. I think he's only made like 80 grand on that Give, Send, Go. He has to make 6 figures, and he has to make it quick. So I get it. I get what he's doing here. Yeah, it is diabolical, though. Daisy's 100% right. Just 100% right. Yeah. I saw someone in the comments say Daisy's their new favorite comedian. I definitely back that. Daisy is definitely come through out of nowhere, you know? Just quiet for a while, and then all of a sudden, just bang. Daisy's hitting them daily. If you go on X, if you're not on X, you're not seeing it. But if you're on X, Bobby Sauce. I mean, what a name. There's so much to say about Candace Owens and Andrew's debate, but this is perhaps the most significant. What's he talking about here? Candace is connected to the case on a soul level. It has meaning beyond Tyler Robinson, another nation, the feds, and most certainly more than money, clicks, or fame. Andrew has no connection to this case. The outcome really doesn't mean much to him whatsoever, one way or another. Maybe people dislike Candace for her stance on one thing or another. And this case became a convenient weapon to club her with in order to discredit her entirely. If you hate her for her stance on Philadelphia, for example, you would try to destroy her credibility on this case as a method of negating her opinions as a whole. Well, that's what's mostly happening. There's very few people who are like, I can't believe she said this about, Tyler Robinson. I can't believe she wants Tyler. Most people don't care about, even the people closest to Charlie. It doesn't seem like they care about Tyler Robinson walking free. It seems like what they care about most is the fact that she's bringing in a foreign government. She's talking about BB. She's talking about that connection. She's talking about Charlie's turning opinions on that place. That seems to be the main thing that has people in an uproar about this whole thing, because the conservative movement that was made up of conspiracy theorists, because they needed conspiracy theorists in order to get Trump elected, that conservative movement has now decided to call those conspiracy theorists conspiratards, because conspiracy theorists keep on doing the thing. They keep on looking into stuff. They keep on uncovering things. So they decided to call them conspiratards, and they've all become these weird Christian Zionists. And it happened seemingly overnight. But again, I've been hoodwinked so many times. Maybe it was happening the whole time and I just didn't realize. Andrew had an opportunity to pile on to somebody catching lots of heat and be the savior. He could defend Erika, be the hero, take the appeal to authority position. He thought his debate expertise would be sufficient, even with limited knowledge of the case. Yet he underestimated how much deep meaning and soulful care can carry a person through a mismatch of skill. This is how people succeed against all odds. This is how a mother can develop superhuman strength, lift a car off of a baby. It defies logic, but it happens. It's called hysterical strength. Okay. Candace has a view of this case in a way nobody else could understand. Anyone else in her shoes might go crazy seeing all the lies, deception, propaganda, the holes day after day. She can't control what's happening, so she did the one thing she could do. She started making noise. She turned on the camera and put everything into figuring it out. It's a pressure on her soul. It's as clear to me as it was at the beginning. What she wants is the truth, even if it proves she's been wrong all along. Remember, the alternative would be to do nothing at all. I'd bet she couldn't live with herself if she didn't try at least. We'd all be lucky to have a friend like her. Very nice of Bobby Sauce to say all that. But then the Viva steps in and he says, it's a pressure on her soul. She's connected by the soul to the case. When reason, facts, and logic fail, appeal to emotion. What say you, Bobby Sauce? Riddle me this, Bobby Sauce. Do you have Barron's contact number? He's left me on red for quite some time now, and I was wondering if he wanted to hang out at all. Do you have any connection to Coleman? Coleman at all? Do you either of you perhaps know Coleman? You know, he says, dude, you just don't get it. Why do you even care so much? If you think she's stupid and it's all going to blow up in her face, why waste your time posting about it all day? Very, very smart from Bobby Sauce. I'm not even going to like this. Usually I like things because I like to make sure that it comes into my algorithm more, but I don't even want that with Viva. I don't even want that. I like having that with Erika Kirk, with Andrew, with Blake, but I don't need that with Viva. Candace then says, you are exactly right, Bobby. And you would do well to remember that the entire push towards logos and scientific method as lone means of interpreting the truth was a well-documented Freemasonic effort to diminish our belief in God. Wow, she really took it to a place there. The history on this is indisputable. So when they mock us for having dreams, or for having or for so much as discussing our intuition, it is because both of those things are in fact godly. That is a great point. That is actually a great point. That's a great point. I never thought of that. They'll mock the dreams, you know, and they will call your intuition vibes. Wow. Yeah, that's true. Because they're very godly. And Satan, he wants you to move away from that. He wants you to move away from what's God-given. And he wants you to move into, wow. Okay, Satanists are always at war with and seeking to diminish what they can't control. We are not just minds, we are also souls. And yes, I am motivated by this on a soul level. Thank you for putting this so eloquently. Wow. Nothing, Viva? See, that's what happens. That's what happens. When you call out Satan, he scatters because you have that dominion over him. As a child of God, you have that dominion to cast out demons. And that's why he went running. He's been looking for the longest time to talk to Candace. All of a sudden, he gets the opportunity. He scatters. Wow, interesting. Someone just said she's live on Dave Smith right now. Let's see what's up. Is that true? I have no idea. Is Dave Smith even live right now? I know it's going to turn out that he's not live, but fine. Yeah. People just, I don't know. Okay, so no. Unless it's like me and you don't get notified. Okay, nope. Nothing. Hey, thanks, person. I wish I could find you right now. Oh, I wish I could find you. Oh, there you are. Why'd you say that? Huh? She's live on Dave Smith. Why'd you say that? What are you talking about? Anyway, it's fine. Someone said, why y'all lie? Oh my God. Big Boy Paloy, you're not even the person who I tagged here. You know, Anyway, if she's live, let me know. Let me know if she's live anywhere. We will jump right to it immediately. Anyway. Oh, and Viva Viva didn't say anything. Wow. Viva just had something else to say. It's on his website. I don't believe you guys. Oh, live on Part of the Problem. Hold on a second. Did I check Dave Smith or did I check Part of the Problem? Oh, I feel like there's no difference. I feel like there's not, but I'm gonna check anyway. Okay. All right. Okay. So what are you what are you talking about, huh? Someone said it again. He deletes every live stream. Literally the page I'm on right now. Literally. the page I'm on right now, is him. Is his page with live streams on it. Hey man, come on. You said he deletes every single one. Come on, man. We're looking at 4. Hey, come on, man. We're looking at 6. Oh, come on, man. What's going on? Hey, that's enough. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do it to you. I didn't mean to do it to you. Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, Viva had more to say here. It said, I invited Candace on for multiple discussions. Riddle me this. Why has she not accepted? Guess why, Melon Lab? In fact, I invited Ian Carroll. He is not accepted either. I invited Baron Coleman. He is not accepted. I invited Robert O'Neill. He is not accepted. I invited Lionel. He is not accepted. Guess why? Can you guess why? Riddle me this. Why? Because the people just asking questions don't like to just answering the questions. But your next pivot will be accusing me of being a grifter by asking them on for a discussion. No, people will accuse you of being a grifter because they think you're getting paid by Turning Point. That's why. Not saying you are, but that's what they're going to say. You know? So funny. No, they're not accepting because they don't like you. You know, if you're going to spend Candace had this debate. She had to get $300,000 to do this debate because it's not fun to do interviews with people you don't like. It's not fun. You got to sit down with them and you don't even know how long you're going to sit down with them. And they don't like you and you don't like them. That's terrible. That's the worst thing ever. Anyway. Viva. I love playing Viva every now and then. Let's play some Jimmy Dore here. Jimmy Dore. Whoa, easy there, Joe Kent. Easy there, Joe Kent. Joe Kent sitting down with I don't even what would I even call that segment that I just played? I have no idea. Here, let me just do this. I have no clue what we'd call this segment. I'm just gonna put a question mark. Oh no, Andrew Crash Out. There you go. There you go. Crash Out. Call it Crash Out Bandicoot. You guys remember that? You guys remember that game? Bandicoot Crash Out. Anyway, whatever. Everyone's not 40. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody's not 40. It's cool. It's cool. Some of you guys are younger. All right, fine. Cool.
When you say they told you to don't do this,
is that not crazy loud? It feels crazy loud to me, but I'm not going to adjust it because I know some of you guys can't hear stuff, so I'm going to keep it. But Bandicoot, there you go. Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot.
when you say they told you to don't do this because you could be, do you mean Kash Patel?
Yeah. So, I mean, initially it's the FBI counterterrorism division will just say, hey, you guys no longer have access to the case file. Obviously I protested, and then Kash said, we're done. Kash said, you guys are done. And so are we. We're handing it all over to the FBI or to the Utah State.
None of it makes sense at all. And, they dug up the crime scene and paved over it, which is, should be a crime. The car they transported him to the hospital in was immediately steam cleaned and sold for cash. None of the fact that he confessed those text messages make no sense whatsoever, because it's contradictory. He was in custody when they said he went to Reddit and confessed again. So it's obvious that this is a cover-up, right? And so who can you just tell me who was it that stopped you from investigating the Charlie Kirk to see if there was some foreign involvement?
So right after Charlie was killed, the National Counterterrorism Center, anytime there's an act of domestic terrorism, like to include a high-profile assassination, NCTC will investigate in coordination and parallel with the FBI. The FBI is looking at everything that pertains to America and American citizens, and then NCTC is looking more broadly at international ties. So within, I'd say, about a week or two, we were told that, hey, the FBI has everything they need, and this is done. The FBI is going to hand it over to the state authorities and to stay out of this. And that's when we were blocked out of continuing to investigate. I objected and said, look, there's a lot here. There's a lot more for us to look into. Charlie Kirk had, he had a global presence. There was a big crowd there that day. There was a lot that was taking place online. Like, so frankly, when they say that this kid, Tyler Robinson, went up and killed Charlie Kirk, there's a lot of evidence that still has to play out whether or not that happened. I always had a hard time with the lone gunman narrative because you had people on social media posting ahead of time that Charlie Kirk was going to die at UVU that day. So to me, I just said, look, we still have a lot more work to do. There's still more leads that we need to run down. A lot of them, have international connections. And I'm not saying specifically that it was any country, any individual, but there was still more work for us to do. And a lot of times in investigations, you get 100 leads and 99.5 of them end up not panning out. But I still felt that we had a lot more work to do on the case. But we were told, nothing else. Stop investigating. I was told the same thing I was told with Butler. Like, if you keep investigating, then you're going to mess up the trial, against Tyler Robinson.
Well, isn't that the thing that everybody's told? You're going to taint the jury pool. They're like, just let Erika say that this guy's guilty. Just let Erika say she thinks 100% Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk, and let that happen. Let Blake say sassy things. Let Andrew say zesty things, but don't say anything yourself. You're going to taint the jury pool. That's what we've all been told. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that that's what he was told too. I mean, who is he? I mean, he's just like, what, director of counterterrorism? Whatever, who cares what this guy has to say? Oh gosh. Oh, I've wanted to do that for like an hour now. It's very interesting that he says it. Kash Patel told him it's going to the state and for you to stay out. But it's not like the state would be able to, Mike Riley working overtime here. Thank you so much, Mike Riley. Appreciate you. But it's not as if the state is going to look into these foreign ties, right? It would make sense. And I don't know. What do I know about that? Right? What do I know about that? But at the same time, it seems like whatever the state's looking into, if the guy who's in the background, because a lot of us didn't even know what Tulsi and Joe Kent were even up to in regards to the Charlie Kirk case at all. So if they just look into foreign ties in their own office, away from the state guys, while they do the state thing, how would that mess up the case at all? How would there even be any friction between the two? If Joe Kent's over here looking into, I would think looking into Iran, looking into Philadelphia, looking into those places in the Middle East, how is that going to impact these guys who are at the state level looking into Tyler Robinson, looking into Lance, going through that whole thing, UVU footage, et cetera, talking to Terrell Farnsworth, all this stuff? How do those things even meet until they have to meet to where, Joe Kent says, okay, we figured out there was this amount of people from this country on the campus. Now we need to look into the same footage you're looking into, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even see how the two actually interact until it needs to happen. So it's wild that he was told to just stop from that point on. Like, that's not a real good. And then also he says the same thing with Butler. If you keep looking into it, it's going to mess up the investigation. But then they close that Is that even an open investigation anymore? What happened in Butler? Isn't that done as well? I don't know.
And then the FBI will always threaten you and say, like, well, if you keep investigating, then the defense could call you to the stand. And I always said, hey, look, I'm fully confident in what me and my team are doing here. We're following statute. We're following the law. If any entity wants to come in and ask us, as long as they have the appropriate authorities, what we are doing, I'd be happy to show them, because we're simply just running an investigation to make sure we're doing all of our due diligence, to make sure we understand, if there was any potential foreign ties to who killed a prominent American politician.
So when you say they told you to don't do this because you could be, you mean Kash Patel?
Yeah. So, I mean, initially it's the FBI counterterrorism division will just say, hey, you guys no longer have access to the case file. Obviously I protested, and then Kash said, we're done. Kash said, you guys are done. And so are we. We're handing it all over to the FBI or to the Utah state. And then, we had another discussion with the DOJ. There was a little bit of a dispute on whether or not we could continue to investigate. Ultimately I lost that fight, and we were told that, we were done for it all to move on. So yeah, it was Kash, and yeah.
Hey, come see me do a live.
Why? I don't understand. It's so weird What could possibly make that stop? You walk into an office and you're like, hey, Cash, and Cash is just covered in honey. I mean, like Manuka honey, just the finest Manuka honey, just from head to toe, right? For no other reason than he has a girlfriend who absolutely loves America and only America. Okay. Country music sensation. And you look at him and you say, hey, can I just run an investigation that no one will even know about? I won't even get into it with anybody. I won't infringe on the DOJ or the state level guys or anyone. I just want to look into these connections and that's it. I can do it all from my desk. And Cash is like, get out of here. Can't you hear? I'm listening to country music. She's the best. She's the best. And Cash just starts whipping globs of honey at you. But you're not that mad because it's the finest Manuka honey, right? It's not like he's dipping you in baby oil here. And then the next thing you know, you can't even cover it anymore. Anyway, the finest Manuka honey. I always think of that. Anytime I see pictures of Cash Patel just doused in honey, I always think, well, that looks like the finest Manuka honey. One of Cash Patel, friend of the show, and also one of the worst FBI directors ever. I mean, terrible. He's really bad. He's really bad. He's not good. He is in the range of Comey. He's in the range of Christopher Wray. Christopher Wray might be the best one out of the three. Comey and Cash might be tied for suck, right? They both take suck place, right? All three of them sucked, but geez, right? Bring me back to the days of J. Edgar Hoover wearing pantyhose and telling his boys to go douse people with LSD and just see what happens. Help those boys in the agency. And then he's just pulling up nice sheer pantyhose, Bring me back to those days where they used to get things done, They used to, at least they used to get things done. This guy be wearing pantyhose and stuff, but gosh darn it, if some foreign ties needed to get looked into, like some Russians, then he went and got to business in his pantyhose. Now these guys are just listening to country music, laying out rocks and seashells, 86-47. Back in Hoover's day, if he didn't like a president, he'd just go after the president. He wouldn't lay out rocks. He'd be like, are we getting this done or not? My pantyhose are riding up. Now it's a guy covered in honey, bombshell girlfriend who clearly doesn't even remotely want to touch the guy. I mean, have we seen them touch before? Anyway, cross-eyed Cash Patel doing what he does best, sucking. I can't believe that guy hoodwinked me. I'm just a hater. Yeah. Who am I to say who's good at that job and who's not? I'm a hater because he got me. I wish I could show you the video. It's so far back. The videos, the thumbnails that I would put together of Cash Patel. Oh man. Like he was the second coming. I was like, this is it, man. This is the guy he's going to put these swamp things under the jail. I was so sure he was going to put those swamp things under the jail. I almost bought his book. I was like, we got to support this guy. Have you seen his book? I was telling people about his book. I was like, he has a list of who he's going to investigate in the book. I sounded like a moron because of Cash Patel. And I'm sure I do about other things as well. But Cash Patel is one that stands out. It's ridiculous. I was so positive. I was like, when this guy I'm like, they don't want him confirmed because he's going to put him in jail. He's going to arrest him. I was so sure that was going to happen. Oh my gosh. Should have just put AOC in charge of the bureau. Screw it. Might as well, you know. At least she's like a little bit communist, so she'll be like a Gestapo a little bit. So she'll just start like running into people's houses and doing stuff. At least she'll get stuff done, you know. Sure, she'll arrest mostly Republicans and she'll leave her side alone. But once she gets drunk with the power, she'll go after everybody. You see what I mean? That would be a good place. Kash Patel's not going after anybody. At least be biased and just go after the Democrats. At least just do that. Because, you know, there's a bunch of Democrats that are terrible. At least do that. He's not even doing that. I assure you, if AOC was in charge of the Bureau, she would at least go after Republicans. She'd be like, Mr. President, I'm going to arrest your kids. The president would be like, this is crazy. This is nuts. How did this girl even get confirmed? How did she get confirmed? She was a bartender. Now she's director of the FBI. This is crazy. Threatening to arrest my sons. She's nuts, right? Her deputy would be Jasmine Crockett. Oh, you know, they'd be like, we're arresting everyone in Senate who's a white man. And I'd be like, okay, well, you know, some innocent guys are going to get caught up. Most of them, some of them are going to be guilty. Is it, you know, you're going to be able to do it. And then they get drunk on the power and then they go after the Democrats too. And they'd round them all up, you know? Yeah. I can dream. Someone will clip that one day. See, he wants AOC in power. He's a communist. Yeah, it'll be Gary. Gary will clip it. Gary will clip it and see what I mean, guys? This guy's a communist. You know? I'm just kidding, by the way. You know, I don't think AOC would do it. I don't think she's capable. Yeah. Just because you love Stalin doesn't mean you're capable of running the bureau. You know? Just because you secretly love Stalin and you read Saul Alinsky on repeat and you idolize Hillary Clinton doesn't mean that you can run the bureau. Come on, guys. Someone said Crockett and Tatum, same mama. I know, right? She is like a female Tatum. She'll be, she's not in it anymore, but when she was in there, she'd be like, what did she call Marjorie Taylor Greene? She's like, you blonde, busted, and butch. I was like, whoa, you had that inside your heart for a long time. That's too good of an alliteration for you to just say that off the top of your head. No, you've been thinking that for a long time. She was saying all sorts of crazy stuff. She'd be like, I'm trying to talk right now. And the guy that was running Congress, he was just like a white-haired white guy. And he was just like, oh, God. Oh. He's like, why are there women in here? Oh. Marjorie Taylor Greene, her AOC, all getting into fights. The guy's just like, he has white hair and he's just like, oh, why are there women inside this room right now? He was just tearing his hair out, man. Oh, he was so mad. He was always so mad. What's that? Is that a coffee? Coffee came through. Don't worry, we'll get to the coffees right now. Let's see here. I'll silence that. Coffees are coming through. Jennifer Lubu, give me 1 second, okay? We're talking about very, very... Actually, you know what? I'm supposed to go into some stuff here. I'm going to play something real quick. Let me see here. Let me see what we got here. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to force it. We're going to talk about Hayden tomorrow, and it's going to be like a good chunk. I'm going to do like an hour-long breakdown about Hayden because I think something's going on there. I think it's weird the way she passed away. I think it's really weird. Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna let me play something really quick. Let me play something really, really quick. See what we have here. Oh, geez. I'm going to play this Nick Shirley clip really quick. Let me play Patrick talking about this whole thing really quick. Oh, hey. Hey. You got to pull up the clip, Baron. Jeez, come on. I'm hanging out with that Baron too much.
You know who I will say won? Here's who I will say won. I think both of them won, and I'll tell you why they won. But I think Candace won because she got the money and she presented her argument. And in an area where she conceded, she says, I don't know why you're playing this video. I already conceded to you. And I said, yeah, I was wrong. And she did that. So that was good for her to do that. And I think she got in front of an audience and moved some people that probably don't watch her content. Remember, baptizing is key. Baptizing is key. And I think Andrew Wilson won because, let me explain it to you how much he won. And I think he won more than Candace won. And my argument is going to be very, very weird. You ready?
Go ahead.
You ready? This guy spent $300,000 and got somewhere between $50 to $200 million of ad viewership.
Yeah. Great point.
So guess what?
He's a big winner.
My wife.
I think Candace won because she got the dollars. Okay. I think Candace won because she got the dollars. And I think Andrew won because he got the dollars. Listen, I'm a numbers guy. Okay. I'm a numbers guy. So when I see people making dollars and then making marketing dollars, I have to say you're a winner once you get the dollars. You understand? Okay. I'm a numbers guy. I'm big on numbers. Okay. Patrick's so big on numbers, you think he's Philadelphian, you know? I'm just kidding. That was just a joke. Oh, I just wanted to end it with that. But we're gonna cover Hayden. We're gonna cover Hayden tomorrow. I don't care what comes up. Obviously, we're gonna cover Candace, but I'm gonna make sure the second half of the live stream is gonna be about Hayden, you know? I think Candace won because she made money, okay? Right? And that's the number one name of the game. She made money. Now, I think Andrew won because he didn't make money, but he didn't have to spend money where he would have had to spend money, okay? I'm a numbers guy. It's all about the dollars, you know? Let me play this really quick. I don't know. Has this come out yet? Has this Nick Shirley, Sean Ryan episode come out yet at all? Does anybody know? I'm going to know in like half a second, but figured I'd still ask you guys. I'm a part of his Patreon, so I'm surprised that I haven't seen it. It hasn't come out yet. So Sean's about to sit down with Nick Shirley. And boy, oh boy, have we never seen Sean Ryan push back on anyone like this before. And the person he chooses to do it with is Nick Shirley. Fine, cool, do it with somebody. But I mean, how come Brian Harpole didn't get this kind of pushback at all? Why didn't Brian Harpole get this type of treatment? Listen to this.
They came after me. They came after my family. They doxed my entire family.
How did they come after you? Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me. They tried to debunk all my whole entire story. They then
Who's they?
all the news.
Would you just get more
CNN.
specific? CNN. Who within CNN?
PBS.
Who's the reporter?
I don't even know her name because she's irrelevant. Nobody knows who she is. They came after me. They came after
How come Brian Harpole didn't get that? Hey, did you do any handoffs? Huh? What? Handoffs? No, there was no handoffs whatsoever. Here's a clip of you doing a handoff. Oh, that was just mints. That's just mints. Sean was just like, mints. Wow. Spearmint? Yeah, spearmint. I love spearmint. Me too. I love spearmint. Okay, anyway, so let's keep talking here. What? Why didn't Brian Harpole get pushed back like that? Why is Nick Shirley getting that type of pushback? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Push back on everybody, I guess. Like, I've never heard Sean Ryan like that. Who specifically? Tell me the reporter's name. What's going on? All right. Brian Harpole. It's mints. Hey, listen, I got a text message. What was I supposed to do? Huh? What am I to do? Look, this ain't even a text message from my phone or nothing, but it's Dan's Floods. And it says, we got you covered. Now, what else am I supposed to do? I thought the roof was covered. Someone told me that roof was covered. And I said, okay, So, I mean, you know what I mean, Sean, right? Wow. Wow. So that's a text message you got there. And it says, we got you covered. Whoa. Whoa. That's nuts. If you're going to push back on anybody, should have been Brian Harple. I'm just saying. Nick Shirley, it's fine. This is very weird to be that hard on Nick Shirley. I mean, I'm here for it. I can't wait to watch. I hope the whole interview's like that. I mean, that would be great. But, you know, what about all the other guys? So he's fed up and he's taking it all out on Nick Shirley. He's just fed up. He's like, screw all you guys, all you Fed sloppers, all you deep state morons. And Nick Shirley's like, hi, sir. Hello, sir. It's good to meet you. And he's like, get your hand out of my face. Sit in that chair and shut up until I talk to you. Nick Shirley's just like, they told me there was good Fed slop here. I don't understand. They said we could talk Fed slop. I don't care what they told you, kid. All right. I was a goddamn Navy SEAL. You better shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and listen to me. Jeez. What did Nick Shirley do? You know? Anyway. Sean went and sat down with Ripburger, Father Ripburger. He's infused. He's on fire for Christ now. You kidding me? You know, he did the last one inside the church. Now he's on fire for Christ. You know, he's trying to be Christ-like, but not the Christ-like that everybody knows about. Talking about the Jesus that went into the temple with the leather whip, flipping tables. That's the Christ-like he's trying to be right now. He's not playing around. All right. You know, it's all good. Good for him, man. Good for him. So funny. Brian Harple. I'm just saying, Brian Harple was like, I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. What am I supposed to do? I had to get him off the X. Yeah, his neck was broken. I don't know, spine or something. I don't know. We had to throw him in that car. Yeah, the door was open. We were yanking and banking, right? Frank was trying to give him mouth to mouth. I had to put a stop to that. I don't know. And he's just like, wow. So you got him off the X really quick. Really quick. Yeah, I stuffed him with some gauze and I don't know if the bleeding stopped or I don't know. Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense. Nick Shirley's grabbing Nick Shirley by his shirt. Tell me who the reporter was. Tell me, kid. I'm so tired of you kids coming in here. You Fed sloppers coming in here and thinking you can just talk this garbage to me. You think I'm an idiot? Nick Shirley's just like, gee golly gosh, sir. Please. You're messing up my hoodie. I got this from the church. What are you doing? Why is Nick Shirley getting it like that? Brian Harpo's like, I don't know. I said something to Charlie about like, hey man, this is a spooky location. Charlie was like, hey, I don't care. You know, he's fearless, right? Wow. He was fearless. That makes a lot of sense. That's nuts. Are you okay? You want to keep going? Or do you need to just calm down for a minute? Guy gave Brian Harple a break. Brian Harple was just like, just so much going on. It was so much blood. It was on my lips. I could taste it. I could still taste it. What? Brian Harple came into the studio. Hey, I got this bag. It's covered in blood. You want to put it in your museum? It's Charlie's blood. Smell that. That's iron-rich blood. Come on. Go ahead, son. Go ahead. Grab that, Sean. Go ahead. You know? You didn't call the authorities. This guy brought a blood-soaked bag to your studio. You were like, hey, big guy, that's evidence. You didn't say none of that to Brian Harple. Nick Shirley gets drop-kicked. Gets drop-kicked into that chair. I'm just saying. What's going on here, man? I don't know. Whatever. Someone says Superman blood. This Superman blood right here. Huh? I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know what happened. And then I was in the hospital and I jumped like 4 feet in the air. I was on Charlie and I was like, get this shirt off of him. And I was like, get some CCs or something, stat, save my friend. And Frank was just shaking. He was covered in blood. Mikey McCoy was keeled over like a little pansy. I was handling business, Sean. It was just me and my boys. Wow. That is something. That is really something. Can't believe you guys had to go through that. I've seen things like that. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Nick Shirley getting slapped around, you know? Nick Shirley getting slapped around like he's working a corner for Sean. Sean's trying to collect his money, you know? This is too much. It's crazy. I'm just saying, relax. Why is Nick Shirley getting it that way? Be specific. Be specific. What's the reporter's name? Nick Shirley's like, I don't know. She's irrelevant. He's like, tell me her name. Nick Shirley's like, okay, the videos are all rigged. They're all staged. Why are you hitting me like this? Why are you hitting me like this? They're all staged. The president told me to stage it. They told me they give me money. They told me I met with BB. I just go where they tell me. We weren't even in Brazil. It was a studio. Why you hit me like that? Why you hit me like that? You know? I'm just saying. Where was all that for Brian Harpole? You know? Anyway, we should get to these coffees. We should get to these coffees. Nick Shirley, friend of the show. I wonder, did it come out on Patreon yet? Because it's coming out soon. Someone posted this. I don't know where they even got this clip from. Is it there yet? I haven't. There's nothing loading up yet. We'll see. I'd love to see a Nick Shirley interview. It's been a while. So I don't know if I've ever seen Nick Shirley sit down for like a long form. Yeah. Anyway, where are we gonna start? We gonna start with coffees? Or we can start with supers. I'll ask you guys which ones you want to start with, coffees or supers. Coffees or supers. Coffees or supers. Team coffee or team super. Decide now. Let's go. Team coffee, team supers. The first 10 people will be the deciding factor. We got one for coffee. Super. We got one for super. Someone says coffee. Super. I don't even know if I'm doing the right hands. So someone said I choose yes. Coffee, super. Oh, the supers have it. The supers have it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get to it. The supers have it. We'll go to the coffees after. We got Nick Fury as always with the sparkles. We got gamer Babe Britt with the silver stars. Thank you very much, guys. We do appreciate it. Let's go. Let's get to the actual boom. We got Keith here. Now that we know Gary's real height, Lord Farquaad. Yeah, man. Whew. Something else, man, with that Gary's height. I'm still reeling over that information. I'm 5'4", and I don't jump in my chair like that. Gary looks like a Kandahar toddler. Oh, man. That chair jump is crazy. That chair jump is wild. I don't even understand why. Just Velcro pick over JR. Keep background. Change the pick weekly based on how you feel. That is what should happen. That is what should be happening. You're 100% right about that. That's a good suggestion. Somebody suggested the same thing. They're like, just put a different face, whenever you want. I should do that because these are on with Velcro. They're on with Velcro. Both pictures are. All of our pictures are. My wife's a Velcro wizard. Wonder if Turning Point USA were in on it from the beginning, but it wasn't meant to go down the way it did. What if it was just meant to look like Charlie got hit, but something went wrong? Well, I mean, something went wrong. Like what? Like he got hit? I don't know. You gotta really trust some people around you. You think you really trusted those people that much? So guys, so then it's going to look like I got hit. Okay. Blake, Andrew, you guys know what I mean? It's going to look like it. Right. But I'm not really going to. And you guys understand what I mean, right? Josh Hammer, you good? You good, Josh? Why you look so mad? Huh? You guys know what I mean, right? So we're good, right? And then I'm safe. It's going to do a little electrocution. It's going to knock me out. You guys carry me to the car. You know what I mean? And we got the squib. Everybody was like, yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm good, right? Erika, you know what I mean? It's just going to be, and it's just going to look like it. He left the room. They're like, man, get rid of that dude. I don't know. Like, man, like, I know what you mean. I've heard this theory before where they're just like, and obviously that didn't happen. But I've heard this theory before. I don't know. Like, I don't know. They've taken a lot. If that was really what happened, all these guys are the most down friends you could possibly have for them to be receiving this type of treatment and to just be going through it. Very down people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Because it was just like supposed to look like it. But if it's like supposed to look like it, here's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have a squib and then you press a button, maybe it's on your hand, maybe it's on the microphone. I don't know. Maybe somebody just presses a thing beside you and then it's supposed to look like it. And then you're supposed to play a shot, like just play the sound of a shot. What do you have rigged up that could go wrong? It's just like, if you're doing that type of thing, it's just a squib that shoots out some stuff. How do you mess that up? Then it's even worse. How'd you guys mess that up? Who messed it up? I don't know. I'm just not in the camp of he was alive or he was trying to fake his death. I'm just not in that camp. He was too powerful, connected to too many powerful entities. I've talked about it before. Tupac. I think Tupac did it. I think Tupac's mother was in Cuba. And they tried to extradite her and they couldn't extradite her. I think the episode of The Simpsons where Homer's mom shoots somebody and is on the run and she disappears? That's actually based on Tupac's grandmother. So Tupac's grandmother actually did that back in the day. And then she fled to Cuba and she just stayed there. And she would write letters. She would write open letters to America and all sorts of stuff. And they would not send her back. They were like, she is here. She lives here. Done deal. I think Tupac actually went over there. I think he faked his death and he went over there and he was gone. And I think he was over there for a long time and he's probably passed away since. I don't know, but that's what I think happened with him. He just had some gang type elements after him. And when I say gang, I mean like semi-Illuminati type stuff, right? He just had that after him, but Charlie had too much going on. There's too much going on. Anyways, let me keep going here. I just knew she would come back this week to sink the Turning Point USA ship. I can't wait to see what she'll release this week. It's going to be another roller coaster ride. Buckle up, folks. Yeah, I think, well, I'm not sure. She might talk about this some more because there is more to talk about when it comes to Andrew. Asanta Shakur. Yeah. CP. Some people know about Tupac's grandmother. Of Tupac pretending to be handcuffed. Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's way more proof that Tupac did that than Charlie Kirk faking his death. There's just way more. wait, just leaps and bounds more. The fact that Eminem talks about it, Eminem talks about it in various freestyles. He says at the end of one freestyle that he did years ago, he says, hip hop ain't been the same since Tupac moved to Cuba on us. He says that in a freestyle. There's multiple songs where Eminem mentions, or freestyles, where Eminem mentions Tupac moving to Cuba. Now keep in mind, this is the same Eminem who kept on talking about Diddy being the freak that we all know him to be. And people were like, oh, it's so weird. Eminem keeps talking about Diddy being a freak and all this stuff. I mean, so I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. And then Eminem was also given Eminem and Dr. Dre were also given the rights to remix and make Tupac albums, which I found so weird back in the day. I was like, why are they able to do that? And then that's when Eminem started talking about Tupac moving to Cuba. It was very weird. There's like a whole breakdown to it. But I don't know what else she's going to talk about this week. She might talk about Andrew some more. She might talk about the defense filing. You have to remember, right now it's Tuesday. So she's going to talk about something today, tomorrow, the next day. Maybe she'll drop a bombshell. Maybe by Wednesday. Maybe by Thursday. I don't know. I feel like she's going to talk more about the debate. Maybe a little bit to the debate. Today she'll probably talk about Hayden. I think, because she does move towards pop culture stuff, and that is a very out there thing. She might talk about Hayden a little bit. We're usually on the same wavelength to that. I think Hayden needs to be discussed. So she might talk about that a little bit, but I think it's going to be a mix of stuff. So I don't know if there's going to be a bombshell. There might be. You never know. It's hard to tell with Candace. I wonder if someone forced Patrick Bet-David to make the X post he did yesterday. Surely he couldn't have Condors. What do you mean Condors? Both of them won the debate. Do you mean conceded? Is that what word you're writing there? It's mind-boggling. Well, I mean, Patrick Bet-David, that whole thing about ad dollars, he said that before. He has said that many times. That's not like a new thing he's come up with. The Circle Jerks. That sounds like a band name. He's talked about that before, where he says, look how much money this person would have had to spend in order to get this much coverage. Forget who he's talked about it with, but that's a thing he's brought up before. So I'm not surprised he said that with Andrew, and it is true. But I think Lainey said it in the chat. She was like, he spent that much money to get known amongst a bunch of people that hate him. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of people that were like, you suck. Like, this guy sucks. So I don't know. Not all press is good press all the time. I'm excited to watch Candace accelerate after this and dust off these unserious bros. Me too. I she made the money, which is okay. She showed that she knows a lot about the case. I think she clearly won the debate. I even try to look at it from an unbiased perspective. I don't think Andrew brought what he is supposed to bring. I think he's more specialized in the sport of debate, not the actual case. And I just don't think he did a good job at all. But all in all, I'd rather her just focus on the investigation, drop more bombshells, release more text messages. I was fine with the way things were going before this debate business popped up. I don't know about you. Someone said the masturbator got overwhelmed in HD 4K. Oh, it was crystal clear footage. High hilarity outfit, coach. Truly appreciate your live streams and your jokes and commentary every day. You crack me up. Blessings over you and your family. Jesus Christ is king indeed. Thank you so much. I do appreciate all of that. Thank you. I do it for you guys. Andrew was playing Minecraft in real life and went into the Nether portal. And forgot to put on some gold armor. Hey, nerd, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, nerd? Any of you nerds want to translate for us? Huh? What's the ether portal? Huh? What gold armor? What are you talking about? I know what you're talking about, just from the words. I don't know the game at all. I've never played StarCraft, or would you say Minecraft? I've never played Minecraft. Is it StarCraft? Am I? I'm telling you, I wasn't a nerd. I was really cool in high school. I was a really cool guy. So I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad. I was a social butterfly in high school. So sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, look, neat tier. Someone said I'm not fluent in nerd. Oh, the neither region. The neither region. I know what you did there. Minecraft was always for kids and StarCraft for nerds. Ah, is that how it goes? So there's tiers of nerds. Here. Okay. All right. I played StarCraft in high school. See, nobody wants to decode what you're saying. Nobody wants to admit that they know. We appreciate you though. Friday's low IQ debate deposition trap. I think you mean defamation trap. You could mean either. Became an epic dupster fire. You mean dumpster fire, right? Congratulations, smoldering TPUSA and deep state minions. Thank you very much, Zamet. The very well-known Zamet has multiple shout outs on the Candace Owens show, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrity. Pickle Boy, Patrick Bett, star of David and Steven Crowder. Oh, and like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Esteban. I love that name, Esteban. Sabby brought up that about Hayden too. Oh, yeah? I bet she did. Yeah, she wouldn't. Sabby knows what she's talking about. Worth a movie. His own creation destroys him and attempts to destroy the world only to be thwarted by his friend and student. And since it's a movie, I'll stop. Yeah, it's like Star Wars. It sounds like a Star Wars movie, Like the Star Wars. I guess this is like my nerd moment. Star Wars, the like turning point turns to the dark side. After its master is gone, it gets lured into the dark side, right? And then one of the students becomes like a Ronin. One of the students of Turning Point becomes like a Ronin and has no school anymore, and is just making their power stronger and stronger and stronger until one day all of a sudden it meets this organization that's turned Sith Lord, and now she's the only one that can stop it. And we all complain because we go, Jedis aren't women and she's black, and everyone from the conservative movement's like, they made this Jedi black, boo, this sucks, and she's a lady. And then none of us watch it because that movie sucks, And then Officer Tatum does a video about it, and he's like, Mama, I ain't watching no Star Wars about no black Jedi. And Benny Johnson's like, look what the woke people have done. And Matt Walsh comes in and he says, well, this movie is basically unwatchable. You know how all that goes. Am I lying? That's exactly how it would go. If that movie came out, that's exactly how it would go. Louder with Crowder, somehow dumber every hour. That was good. What a dip. Sugar honey iced tea. Oh man. Got elected and quit being erect. Listen, okay. I did say erect, and I meant elect. Okay. All right. It was just, how many letters am I off when one letter? I was off one letter. Okay. It was a slip, not a Freudian slip. Okay. It was just a slip. It was a slip of the tongue. It was just a slip of the tongue towards the erect. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Buy me a coffee. Does Ben Shapiro use buy me a bagel? Oh, how dare you, Doug? Doug, how dare you? How dare you, Doug? That would be a smart idea, though, Like instead of Tinder, instead of Tinder, they have J Swipe. Did you know about that? And saying J is supposed to be like an insult, but they actually have an app and it's called J Swipe and it's just for them. Did you know that? I didn't. I've known that for a while, but I was surprised when I found it out. So why wouldn't they have buy me a bagel? That wouldn't be the craziest thing, you know. It's not out of control. It's not an out of control suggestion. Yes, my friend met his wife on J-Swipe. Yeah, for sure. I know people that have gone on dates on that site for sure. My Philadelphian friends, 100%. It's a trap. Duh. Synonymous with the Patriot Act. It is a trap to convince people to trap themselves in a technocratic, totalitarian surveillance state. Blackwater and Flock. Yeah, great combo. Did I read that well? I feel like that's the energy you were bringing when you wrote this. Yeah, and you're right. You're 100% right. Candace's new book, Smoke Boy, Make Me a Panguitch. That was well thought out. That was very well thought out. I would keep it on the screen longer if I didn't have to click onto other things. I keep thinking Castaway, Wilson. Yeah. That's the Castaway, but it's Candace. Candace is Tom Hanks, and Andrew is Wilson. And the only difference is when she finds Wilson, she just soccer kicks it into the ocean, and Wilson is just gone forever. It's a shorter movie, but still the same amount of payoff. Hi, Coach. One of your moderators blocked. No, really? Oh, no, not Geo. I know Geo. By mistake, please check. I can't super chat or give a gift from my main account. You know very well I am your biggest fan and have never used bad words. Thank you. Oh, that must have happened by mistake. I don't even know how I can check that. Is there? I don't think I can check it on my phone. I think it's something I have to go on the computer for. I will handle that. Geo. There, don't worry. I'll handle that. There you go. Sorry about that. It's probably me. I mean, to be honest, it's probably me. Because sometimes you're trying to block someone and then the chat keeps going. And then for some reason, it just goes to the next person. So you got to like double check. It's a whole thing. It was probably me. I'm sorry. My bad. Coach, the day Charlie passed away is the day where I had this sudden awakening to realizing the lies. I mourned and I couldn't function correct for months. Erika was sparkling glitter in a couple days. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's weird. It is weird. Oh, what time is it? I can hear the kids screaming. Oh, and the baby screaming. Oh, man, that's the worst. And we're just in here having a great time, you know? Oh, I love you. Love you, honey. I love you. I hope you're okay. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I was going through the same thing, and the same awakening happened. But it's okay. You know, if she was sparkling glitter, fine. What matters more is that you had your awakening. That does matter more than whatever she is doing or going through or not going through. And you can times that awakening by, I think, millions of people have kind of woken up to the right being just as bad as the left, especially when it comes to commentators and media. And, you know, thank God for this administration, because it wouldn't have happened unless this administration kicked in. They would still be able, if a Democrat won, if Biden won again, or Harris, they would still be able to say that everything they're doing is in the effort to save America. And that's all they're trying to do. And, you know, it's good that it happened the way it did when it comes to the administrations. And then with what happened with Charlie, I think it was meant for pure evil. I think it was not a random thing. I don't think it was a kid that was just like, oh, I just have to do this. I think it was something else. And that's how it works. What do they say? What do they say in Christianese? Satan always plays his hand. He always plays his hand too soon, always too much. Right. And it helps people awaken. Right. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay now. Bully coach until he sets up his PC. Saw Daisy's message earlier. Coach is on a laptop. Andrew Wilson laughed. It's so funny. Yeah, I've been on this laptop for a long time. It's a lot, I'm telling you, man. And that's the thing. I always talk about this when it comes to setting up equipment. It's like I have a light and a camera and a laptop, and I made it happen. So many people think, like, I have a friend who still talks about wanting to start a podcast, and he's like, oh man, so when I just hire this cameraman, and I'm like, what are you talking about, cameraman? You don't even have one episode out. Like, what are you talking about? You need a cameraman. You don't need a cameraman. And you don't even need the camera that I have. I started with this one. How big this thing is for perspective. Look at that. It fits in my palm. Like, look at this. That's what I started with. You can just make it happen. Yeah. You just have to start. And now you have phones. In my day, phones were basically potatoes when it came to recording things. Okay. They sucked. So you needed some kind of camera. Now, these things are incredible. I could get the same, my quality would probably be better if I did this off my phone, quite honestly. Anyway, always debated for free, except when it came to proving Erika and what is this? Philadelphia had Charlie offed. Oh yeah, this is the Russian bot, idiot. Yeah, that's right, because that's when they offered her money. Pierce Morgan never says, would you like $300,000 to debate me? He never says that. He says, Candace, are you ready to do it again? Our annual debate? And she says, yep, no problem, Pierce. What time and when? That's it. That's what happens. That's what happens every single time. Or in the words of Andrew Wilson, it's crazy the way people react when you approach them in good faith. Oh, they just kind of give you things. Right? That's what he was saying about all the information he has. He just did it in good faith. If they wanted that debate in good faith, they could have made it happen easily. You know? But instead, they didn't want that. They wanted something different. Just to make everyone's day, look up Sonseed Jesus is my friend. Enjoy Zap. What is that? Is that a song? Is that a song? Sonseed? Is that how you say that? Sonseed? I'll look it up after. I think you got to Vinny, he's turning back. You think I got to Vinny, he's turning back? Nah. It's all a ruse now, you know? They trick us now. Try to make you seem like you know. Oh geez. Oh man. I clicked one thing and now I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. Oh no. Oh, you just go to comments. Okay, now I get it. Okay. What did this person have to say? Is this Rachel? Is this Rachel Wilson? This Russian bot person? Wow, that was 18 years ago and he grew a beard. Weird how that changed. I'm saying he looks like a Philadelphian. I don't think you quite understand why I showed that wedding picture. It wasn't because he just grew a beard and he looks different. It's because if the beard goes away, you'd see what he really looks like. And then it would make more sense why he had to make sure that everybody knew that Philadelphia had nothing to do with Charlie getting offed. Glad I could help. Glad I could help. Thanks, Russian bot. Thanks, Russian bot 2018, 2028, you know? Yeah, I think it was Rachel. Wow, geez, Rachel. Come on. You can just come in your normal profile. We don't mind. Don't worry. I won't ban you. I will ban the Russian bot though. I should do that. I think I did already. Oh no, I can. Oh, there you go. Bye-bye. Oh, user was blocked already. Oh, you're already blocked. Okay, whatever. He looks like a ventriloquist dummy. That's in reference to Andrew once again. That's so funny. 33 is related to Freemasonry. Yes, we know. 100%. It's very related. It's related to other things as well, but that's the main thing people know it to be related to. Coach, I've got a knack for clipping for my friends. What's a good way to start a clip channel? Love y'all and thank you. A clip channel of your own? A good way to start a clip channel of your own? Is that what you're talking about? Because if that's what you're talking about, Carmen, you just start posting the clips. You start posting the clips, and then you just hope that that nobody copyright claims you. You hope that they just let you clip the things and post them. But if you just post clips and only clips, especially on most platforms, somebody will come for you and they'll take your channel down. Or it'll just make it so you can't make any money. So you have to do commentary on it as well. So a good way to start would be clipping things and then commenting on them. And then a rule that I always used when I first started was make sure that my commentary was at least as long as the clip. That was always a good thing because that's a good argument for fair use. So if I use a 3-minute clip or always more. So if I use a 3-minute clip, I would make sure my commentary was like 6 minutes, right? Always. If it was a 10-minute clip, my commentary would be like 20 minutes. So, and that gives you a good, that's always a good ratio to go with. Yeah. And then you're doing right by the creator. You're doing things legally. It's just good. Gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Is your name Veil Cracked? That's a funny name. The Gayosphere. Gayography. I'm late to live. Oh, that's okay. No, those are solid suggestions. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Should be tied to the claims he made about being a master mason. Have you seen that yet? Yes, we played that. We played that last week. We played him talking about that. I was in the camp of I don't think that was true. I think he was making that up. That's why he doesn't mention the lodge, because if you were one, you'd be proud of that doing that achievement, and you'd have no problem mentioning the lodge, and the lodge would have no problem validating what you're saying. But if you mention a lodge and you have nothing to do with that lodge, the people of that lodge will message you. They will make it known that you were not a part of that lodge, because they don't want to be known as the lodge that had someone become a master mason and then just leave and not be a mason anymore. They don't like that. So I think he's making that up. I tried to get messages across to Candace last week over the Crowder connection. Andrew Wilson has been out for about a year or more attacking Candace. No, a year or more? Really? I don't think so. Based on what? Past Charlie Kirk, what would he be attacking? Oh, maybe just because she's a woman. Maybe. Glad she caught it. Tagged you in the clip on X. Oh, man. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Oh, and that's why you're saying there's a Crowder connection. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Let me know which video it was. Tag me again. If you're here and you see this, tag me again. Tie her to her claims is crazy in an investigation. To investigate means to inquire. Candace Owens is openly investigating. If a claim is debunked, she's the first to correct it. Mama needs to explain how all this works. Or mommy, Candace is his mommy now. Andrew Wilson had his foot in his mouth and he acts like we didn't see him chewing his toenails live. Pompous. Officer Tatum is corrupted like a, what is that? Like a Pegasus? A Pegasus link. Oh. Granny loves Jesus. Hello, Granny. Andrew Wilson is a leftover nobody wants to touch. Smells bad. That is the analogy that a grandmother would use, Andrew might need to put out a statement he's not going to off himself. Oh, wow. Why do you think that? Why would he need to put out that statement? There's nothing. Oh, because he lost. I don't know. Well, I hope not. I hope nothing happens to him. I was going to say, I don't know if he could be a force for good. I don't know. I just don't want to see people get hurt, but there's nothing good I can say about him. I don't know. I just hope he doesn't get hurt. Yeah. That's all I can say. Evidence is, yeah, and especially for losing. You never, yeah, I know what you mean, because the other side, the side that he is, allegedly working for, if he just loses a debate that hard, then loses 300 grand, it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. But I think he'll be fine. I think he's fine. Guys like that would never, yeah, and I know what you mean. You're thinking someone else will do it to him and make it look like, that type of thing. But guys like that live a long time. They say the good die young. So don't worry about Andrew. He's going to be alive for 120 years. Evidence is anything that helps you prove something is true. Poor Andrew forgot to look up the meaning of evidence before the debate, I guess. Against Better Judgment. What's going on? Against Better Judgment has a great YouTube channel called Against Better Judgment. You guys should check it out. I think Charlie had a dead man switch. Candace Owens knows. I really do. I hope that's the case, and I think it is. Maybe it's because of how confident she is. That's a regular thing for her to be that confident. But I feel like there's more conversations that she hasn't shown. And I think she could be a dead man switch for Charlie. And they just don't realize it. Wasn't the firearm in his pants wrapped in a towel? And it has little to no DNA or sweat or leg hair or nothing? Yeah, it's weird. The whole thing's weird. Like I said, down the pants is DNA central. Whether it's sweat, whether it's hair, whether it's, it's just DNA central. Everybody knows that. They are villains. That's the Joker laugh. Yeah, that laugh that he let out was so funny. Just going nuts, just absolutely going nuts. Andrew Wilson belongs in the trash, not the recycle bin. Jesus is Lord. Is that what that means? JIL, I think. I don't know. I used to think my intuition was like my sixth sense. Now I believe that my intuition is really the Holy Spirit talking to me. Yeah, I used to feel that way too. I was just, I was talking about that with somebody recently. Your intuition is something godly. I think that's what it is. I think it's something divine. It's not just, when we talk about it like intuition, sometimes there's it feels a little sciencey. But yeah, I think it's something that's of God. I think it's that little spark, I think that's what your conscience is, the thing that tells you to do right over doing wrong. I think it's that little voice inside of you. I think it's very much connected to God. Definitely. Granny's back again. Could have countered terror, so no Moss investigation. Could have been counter terror, so no Moss investigation. Maybe. Andrew made 200 million in ad revenue. No way. No, I think Patrick Bet-David's numbers are way off, because he's like, how much would you pay to get on the Super Bowl? The debate wasn't really like the Super Bowl. I mean, you can go with that idea. When a company spends 200 or spends whatever amount of money on a Super Bowl ad, they're not being positioned as a villain. They're not being positioned as a heel. They're being positioned just as a company, and it's like, hey, check out our product. That's not what Andrew's getting. So I think there is because we always go with especially in media, in entertainment, we go with the all press is good press. And I don't think that's true. I think there is an intangible that we don't consider when you're broadcasted out and people hate you. I don't think that's still a good thing. I know that we always have the premise that it's a good thing, because it's like, oh, well, those people still see you and it generates. I don't think that's true. Someone has to re-examine that. I think it's bad. If you're put into a light where you're just unlikable, and some people think you're dumb and some people think you're terrible, I don't think that's a good thing. I really don't. So it's not quite that much. So it's like, let's say it's 50-50. And honestly, I think in terms of people that like him versus don't like him, it's probably like 7-30. And I don't even think it's like, 70% of people love Candace. I don't even think it's that. I think the way he was positioned, he just looked terrible. So now you take that 200 million, which is just a crazy inflated number. You take that and you now bring that down to like 30%. And then on top of that, you have to now take that down like another 50% of people who are actually going to engage with him and his product. And now they have to engage in a good way. I mean, it's hard to get like the video. Please like the video. There's been almost like 5,000 people watching the whole time. Is there 500,000? Is there 5,000 likes right now? No. And when I'm done the video is going to say that 30,000 people were watching. Why isn't there 30,000 likes? It's hard to get people to just do stuff like that. It's actually very hard, harder than you think. I should be able to just say like the video and everybody just likes it. That's not what people do. They go, no, I'll do what I want. Screw you. Don't tell me what to do. It's very weird psychology. Maybe Tatum is her source and they're playing the game. I never considered Tatum being a source. I never considered that. That is something to consider. That is something to consider. He could be. I don't know. That's a good thought. I've never considered that before. I'm doing a disservice by not hooking up my new computer. I don't know. Kind of. You guys would never know in actuality. You know what I mean? You have no idea what I use, right? How do you feel about Royce White on the Charlie Kirk show? I think that is weird. I think that whole thing's weird. I think they're bordering a place where they're poking at Candace being liked by Hassan Piker, but then they're actively having somebody on that's saying they're a woman when they're not. Right? Not a woman. But I know he's playing a game, but it looks weird. The optics of it look very weird. But I get it, you know. It's culture. They do culture war stuff. So that is a culture war thing. So of course Royce is going to be on the channel. If you don't know who that is, ladies and gentlemen, there is an NBA player who saw that the qualifications to be on the WNBA or be in the WNBA were so loose and free flowing that he could just put on a wig, say that he's a woman, and be like, I want to play. And they might have to let him in. And if there's a team that says, you know what, we want to win the next championship, let's bring this gigantic black guy in who's going to wear a wig for the entire season, and let's just dominate. If one team decides to do that, because of the guidelines they have set up for who can join, he might just get in there and become the greatest female basketball player in existence. So, and that's who Andrew and Blake were sitting down with recently. But yeah, that's what I think of that. So we'll see. That would be wild. Charleston Wade on Charlie Kirk show. No, not Charleston. Not Charleston. Why am I pulling out my phone? We're going to the coffees. I don't need to pull out my phone for the coffees. Let's go. Nick Shirley on there. Nick Shirley didn't have to get treated like that, man. Come on. So funny. I hope it's like that through the whole episode with Nick Shirley. That would be great. Jenny Lubu, Lionel said he'd not been aware of Viva's request until Natalie from Redacted Podcast asked him. I believe it was on yesterday's pod. On another note, you must check out Lionel's podcast named Meet the Wilsons at 4116. He does an amazing impression of a drunk Andrew. I busted a gut laughing at it. Sending much love. That's funny. I'll have to write that down. Lionel, Meet the Wilsons. Meet the Wilsons. Okay, I'll check that out. 4116. I'll check that out. Maybe we'll cover it tomorrow. I grew up in a town in England called Watford, and their soccer team have a player on the left wing called Mama. Possible Officer Tatum connection. Well, it'd be wild if it was a connection there. That would be wild. I don't know though. We'll have to ask him about that. You should send him a super chat about that. Listen, I am hard to get a laugh out of sometimes. If something is funny to me, I might let out a little smile, but usually that's it. But when I listen to you, I am always busting out laughing. That's an indicator of how funny you are. I think the anti-Candace side is just sad that they don't have anyone funny like you. Why so shit? I want to know who said that. Oh, why so shit? Sir, that's Erika Kirk. What's the matter with you? Oh, is that Erika Kirk? I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, that must have happened. Who said that? Maybe it's Cash Patel. Could have been. Never know. He was there. Thank you so much for that compliment, though. I do appreciate that. I do really, really appreciate that. You have to remember names that would like. Wait, what? You have to remember names that I would like to have been taken. You have to remember names that I would like have been taken. Okay. All right. You're making me think that I can't, it's just, I'm not the greatest reader, but what? Okay. Anyway, it has to, and it still has to correlate with what I'm talking about. Hence other than that, hence the name other than that. Can you give me a shout out now and check out my latest video? You can find it at A Nuisance Won the Minority Report. I bet you. Let's see if it actually comes up. I bet you it doesn't. Not because it's a bad name, but YouTube's just weird like that sometimes. Where something should come up and it just doesn't. Let's see. So the name is A Nuisance. So you call your at is A Nuisance. A nuisance. And then the name of the channel is The Minority Report. Why don't you just make your at the same as the... This is like branding 101. This is ridiculous. You have babbling creek sounds? Do you only have the 2 videos? I'm doing an audit right now. You only have 2 videos? No, you have more. Okay, more is popping up. Okay, you made a video 8 days ago, 4 days. Oh, 1 day ago. The Great Reversal. Let me see this. Okay, I know right away. See, you don't know this because you're not monetized. That's why. You're not monetized. I'll show it on the screen. You're not monetized, so you don't know. But this music, like this is what happens when you get monetized, right? You get monetized, okay? So now you're showing the Great Reversal of like everything happening to white people instead of black people and vice versa. I've seen this. But you don't even realize.
Then step directly.
All that music, all these videos you're putting out, you're just going to get a bunch of notifications that none of them can be monetized because of the music and stuff that you're using. And you can't tell right now because you're not monetized. You have no idea, right? So you have no idea. But I can't play that or else I'm not going to be able to monetize my own video right now. But I see what all this is. I saw this on Instagram. You know, you made your music. You still gotta be wary of it. You'll say you made it and then something else will pop up. 100%. That happens with music that is copyright loyalty free. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, you can't play this. This is owned by this person. And you're like, hold on a second. I paid for this. I've had that happen. I've paid for music myself, paid for the licensing, still get hit with the copyright. It's ridiculous. You know what's funny about the Great Reversal? Talking about all this stuff, happening, black people, white people, the Great Reversal. I've always had a theory, right? And this comes from Louis C.K. Louis C.K. is talking about, it's great to be white and everything. And then he goes, but we're going to pay for this stuff hard. He goes, we're going to pay hard for this. He says, for everything we've done. He's talking about like white people. He said, we're going to pay hard. And it made me think, maybe at one point, black people were like white people. right? In terms of the conquering and the establishing incredible societies and great countries and all this stuff, and just the conquest and everything. And obviously there's other races involved, but you know, the big dogs are talking right now, okay? Or white people and black people, the big dogs come to the table. You guys know what I'm talking about. And I was like, and then I always had this thought, like, what if they were like that at one point and they did too much and then they had to pay hard for it? And that's why black people in Africa is in the situation that it's in right now. Because the other countries were like, listen, these guys are out of hand. Okay. They rule the world. They've created this credible society. Let's destroy all this stuff so they don't remember, because this is stupid. This is crazy. You know, someone said the big dogs. Whoa, woof, oof. I always think about that. Like, what if that already happened in history and we just don't know? We just don't remember. Right. I don't know. It's so funny. But yeah, Louis C.K.'s joke is funny. We're going to pay hard for this. He's like, it's great now. He's like, but we're going to pay hard. I was like, oh, come on, Louis. You got to have faith in yourself, boy. Have some faith in yourself. You're going to conquest again, son. I'll just yell power. I can't yell the whole thing. They'll demonetize me. Power. You know, can't say the first part. Thanks for the laughs and the smiles. Thank you so much. For Mrs. Coach Star, thank you so much. First Coffee had to support bringing up Sutton from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Also, Disaster Baiter is perfect. Thank you so much. Holler. So funny. Light. Someone said light power. That's right. Shh. Yes, light power. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Oh my gosh, so funny, so funny. I think Crowder made the biggest donation to Andrew, so that's why his team got to go with him. Did they? I know that Matt guy, he donated 30,000, and I think he's only made. The quartering donated 5,000. That's 35,000 right there. That means Crowder would have to donated the rest in order for that to be true, which would be out of control if that was real. But you never know. You know, I barely believe any of those small donations, but there's got to be some people that, you know, that love them. There's always people that love creators, no matter what. Yeah, Candace, better check your house. There could be bugs. This is very true. Easily could, you know, you'd have to sweep your house. You'd have to do an actual sweep of the washroom. You'd have to sweep everything. The kids' room, because who's gonna really think that there's a bug in the kids' room? Because why would there be? Their playroom. But their playroom's close to the garage. Who knows how much one of those bugs can hear? Then you'd have to start checking your control room, because that's where you start talking about sources. I wonder if she did. George sweeps the house all the time. You think so? Does he? That'd be interesting if he did. Thank you for the 3-hour videos every day, Coach. You are my favorite companion every 4 p.m. when I start my work. So inspired and impressed by your commitment to preserve your integrity instead of money. Money is the lowest of God's blessings. That is so well said. Wow. I really needed to hear that in terms of, yeah, that's very, money is the lowest of God's blessings. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Money is the lowest of God's blessings. That is so true. Huh. I was thinking about that today when I was in prayer, because I exercise. I do a prayer after by myself, and then I try to pray with the family after that. Wow. Yeah. Money is the lowest of God's blessings. Even if he gives you a lot of it, He's given you so much more beyond that. So when you're caught up in money and you're thinking about money all the time, that is like just the lowest of what he gives. And there's so much more for you to be considering. That's good. That's so true. Wow. The lowest of God's blessings. It's a blessing. It's there. It's a blessing, but it's the lowest one. Your health, your family, your kids, your wife, you know, the opportunities you have, the friends you have, the community, your support systems. All, yeah, wow. It's the lowest of God's blessings. That's so good. That's really smart. I'm going to talk about that with my coach. Money is the lowest of God's blessings. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for saying that. I really needed to hear that. Can't wait to hang out with other TrutherCon. Can't wait to hang out with other mom sleuths and our words at TrutherCon. That is some advertisement you just putting out there. Even my coach, he looked at his surprise face when I said that to him. Wow. You have no idea what an impact you just had by saying that. You have no idea. Someone bought you a coffee, bald and bearded. Oh yeah, that's my brother. I forgot he put a video out there. You know? That's wild. All right, that's it. That's it. Man, thank you so much. Wow. That was a great way to end it. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. You know? Wow. You have no idea how like that's very impactful. Money is the lowest of God's blessings. Brother, go on Jeremiah Skibba's show. Candace did a show about his dad. Oh yeah, I've talked to him. I've spoken to him before. Yeah, we were on a call. We were on a call together. Do you know about Jeremiah Skibba? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I know all about him. I've talked to him before. I think I have his number. I think I forgot to text him. I think I have his number. I think I was supposed to send him a text message right away, and I forgot to. But yeah, I know him. I want to go on his show. I definitely want to go on his show. I made my own music, and be careful with that. Coach, please. Also, go back to this really quick. A nuisance. If you have made your own music, if you made it with AI, that will also negatively impact your videos. Keep that in mind as well. If you have a channel, right? Faceless channels are getting harder and harder to maintain. Just know that. They're getting very hard because they're not YouTube looks down on them. That's why you're seeing so many faceless channels do face reveals, because they have to, because their channels do better after they reveal their face, because then it becomes real commentary and it's a real commentator, and it's just the way it is. So be careful with that, and then be careful with making your own music and making it with AI. So you gotta think of all those things, right? Because then also you want to get monetized. Right now you have 42 subscribers. You could get 1,000, and now you actually have to get more. You have to actually get 8,000 watch hours, where before it used to be 4,000 or something like that. But you have to get more now. So when you apply for the partnership program, you have to make sure your videos are above board, because if they're not, you'll get denied, and then it's hard to appeal. So you got to think of all that. So if you have something to say, don't worry about, especially if you're saying good things like you are, don't worry about hiding your face. Don't worry about music. And don't worry about doing AI videos, because that also gets crapped on by YouTube. They don't like that that much anymore. Just come out and say it. Just come out like this and say it. If you really got something to say and it's really on your heart that you really got to make this channel, just come out and say it. Don't bother hiding through all these things of AI music and AI videos, and just come on out and say it. I'm telling you, that's the best bet. And believe this is coming from a lot of experience. I talk about this stuff with creators all the time. I'm telling you. I missed a coffee from you yesterday. What does the coffee say? Veiled cracked. Coach, please watch this. Bishop Shin. Blah blah blah. What it means? It's news life. I've never heard the Bible explained so well. Okay, I'll check it out. What do you mean I missed the coffee from you? I'll go check. If I don't see it, I missed it from you yesterday. You gotta tell me what it says. Oh wow, summer breeze. Oh, dissertations. Okay, we have some dissertations here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get through these dissertations from. This is summer breeze. Summer breeze. Hi, Coach. Did you see that Valhalla's VFT is going to be talking about Andrew Wilson's Army service records in today's video? Also, Candace said yesterday that since Turning Point USA sent Andrew, she's sentencing them to more truth. Apparently, she's revealing something in today's show, and I'm really hoping she talks about Hayden too. Lastly, I am just so tired of all the gaslighting, dishonesty, and constant back and forth from these people. I cannot wait until Candace finally addresses Officer Tatum's claims against her. It honestly hurts my head seeing how many people are willing to believe and spread things without knowing what's actually true. How does he even have a following? He is so stupid. Stupid. I can't even do that naturally. Stupid. It's so crazy. I just hope that once everything is finally uncovered and we know exactly what happened, who was responsible, and why Charlie Kirk was offed, Candace is able to hold anyone who knowingly spread false claims about her accountable through defamation lawsuits. I'm ready for the truth to come out and for all the craziness to just finally be over, rant over. I don't think she should sue these people who are saying all this stuff. I think her being vindicated will be enough. And I feel like she'll feel the same way. I don't see her going after people like Ben Shapiro went after her. I think she's felt enough of these lawsuits that she's not going to do that. Unless somebody says something really crazy out of pocket, I don't think she's going to do anything like that. Nor do I think she should. Someone says, I don't care about wins or losses. Hard to really have a debate about this topic, but I feel she mopped the floor with this idiot Paige Schill. If you watched that and felt the genuine person in the room who won in the room was Wilson, you're dumb or lying to yourself. She cares deeply, and it showed. He was a Paige Schill, and that showed. Or trying to put on an audition to be a Paige Schill. Yeah, that would be some audition. That'd be a terrible audition. What matters most to the majority of humans is authenticity and honesty. And the winner of that is clear as the noonday sun, or clear as the long. That's just my Officer Tatum coming out. Clear as the day is long, poking holes at how Candace Owens investigates or what she thinks is irrelevant. If it's felt she is genuine in her pursuit of the case, that's what matters. And in my opinion, mission accomplished. Really well said. As I was saying, as I was reading that, I was thinking of Andrew Wilson saying, I think I know where she's going to go. So I'm going to hold this until she says something. He has no idea where she's going to go. This guy has only just tuned into this lady a month and a half ago. He has no idea where she's going to go. He doesn't know about the evidence, and everything he's saying is obviously just someone else behind him pulling the strings. I mean, what are we talking about here? He's talking as if he knows exactly what's going on. The only way you know that is if you're working with Turning Point, because they've been tuned into this just as long as she has. That's the only way. People really underestimate Candace Owens' influence. I mean, she literally had the leader of the free world call her on behalf of another world leader to ask about his wife's penis. She could become VP or even pres. Yeah. People don't get it. People think it's just crazy. Yeah, I went on that rant already. People have no idea. They just have no clue. Let me see here. Control etch logic flaw. Oh, logic flaw. I read that yesterday. I know I did. Another one. Oh my gosh. Jeez. In pursuit of veil cracked, I keep finding these other ones. I'm sorry. Teresa. Hey, Coach, when Candace covered the Crowder case in the Daily Wire years, it hurt Crowder in his real life, as it should. What he did to his then wife was vile and disgusting. Yeah, I remember when she was doing that, I was kind of like, I'm like, does she really care about this? Because I didn't know exactly what happened. It was just like some recording with his wife. And I remember questioning, I'm like, does Candace really care about this? Or is she doing this because of what Crowder did to the Daily Wire? Because if you remember, it almost seemed like what came out about Crowder was in direct response to him screwing over the Daily Wire, because he was supposed to sign with them the same way Jordan Peterson did, because they were trying to buy up all the conservative people so they could keep their thumb on them. That's what they did with Jordan Peterson. That's exactly what they did with him. They wanted to do the same thing with Crowder. Crowder was asking for something like $50 million, and they were talking it through, and they're trying to figure it out. And I think he got access to a lot of what they were looking into or what they could do for him. And then he just pulled out of the deal. He was like, nah, I'm not doing this. And they were pissed. And then literally the next week, that thing about his wife came out. So I was like, is this kind of like, are they just going at him because of that whole thing? And then I heard the recording and I'm like, wow, even if they are, I'm like, this is bad. This is really bad. It was really bad. Because you know why it was really bad? You know why it was really, really bad with what happened with him and his wife? He wasn't mad. It'd be one thing if he was like, what do you mean? Like, you could be like, oh, he got emotional. They were just both in the throes of anger. He wasn't even mad. He was just sitting there very nonchalantly, just being terrible to his wife, just cool as a cucumber, just being terrible to his wife. I was like, whoa, this is bad. It was really bad. It was really bad. just very calmly being a piece of trash to his wife. It was wild, Someone said that was Crowder's baseline. Great point. That was the word. Yeah, someone said you're on the nose. Yeah, it was really bad. That's what made it terrible. When I watched it, I was like, he's not even like emotional. It's like, that's just how he is. I was like, oh, this is terrible. And she's crying and she's pregnant. I was like, oh God. I'm like, this looks so terrible, man. And I remember watching, because I don't watch Crowder, but I was like, how is he gonna like play this off? And he like tried to play it off like, oh, well, I'm not gonna talk about that. And I was like, oh gosh, this is terrible. This is a terrible move all around. So, but I still think, that coming out, I have no proof towards it, but it seemed like it was interesting that he did that to the Daily Wire. They were pissed. Then that came out. And then Candace Owens was like, let me just tear down this guy. But then when I heard it, I'm like, yeah, of course, the fierce black lady who has kids and is a mother is going to be tearing you down. I'm like, this is not, I was like, it was rough. It's rough to have Candace Owens come at you like that, and you're in the wrong. Oh, it's a tough one. Since Andrew Wilson was out there saying Candace Owens was reckless, Andrew Wilson attacked Candace Owens on Joe Rogan twice this year, the Crucible many times, and on Patrick Bet David over the same thing, always mentioning Crowder and what a good guy he is. Wow, I did not know this. So there is a connection. I thought so. That was one of the main points of this entire live stream. So there is a connection. Those two have been out for Candace for a while. I firmly believe that Andrew Wilson and CR, who's CR? I'm going to know as soon as somebody says it. Who is CR? What is CR? Someone tell me. And CR, who's CR? Somebody hit me with it. Hit me with who CR is. What's CR? I have no idea. We're masking behind Turning Point drama to get Candace Owens. Oh, Crowder. Okay. You're just saying Crowder. Okay, whatever. Andrew Wilson then went to Pierce to attack Candace again. He didn't care about Charlie. Turning Point took the bait. We see algorithms work differently in the UK. Interesting. Wow. Very interesting. Wow. I did not know all that. Thank you for breaking that down for me. I had no idea that's what was happening. We got to find those clips. We got to find those clips. All right, guys. This I can hear this baby screaming. I got to go help my wife. You know how it is, guys. Husbands, we do it all. We do it all, right? But I gotta go help her, man. I will see you guys soon. We're already at 5 hours and 13 minutes. Anyways, I will see you guys soon. Candace is going to be covering something. Someone says that she's going to be revealing something. I really hope she does. That would be great. I honestly just want to get back to the regular scheduled programming. I really want to just get back to that. I think that would be the best. I didn't find your message. I can't find it. The veiled what is your name on here even? I'm not even seeing anything. See, I see Amy, Third Eye. Who are you on here? I can't even find it. How long ago is this from? This is from days ago. You gotta let me know. Oh, Third Eye. I read yours already. Okay, good. That's what I thought. I read your entire thing already. I knew it. Thank you. All right, guys. I gotta get out of here. I got kid stuff to do. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. Check out Candace. Check out Baron. Baron is going to be coming with the heat along with Daisy.